in. Welcome in, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I sure do appreciate it. This is the second one today, so let's fucking get it, homies. Well, before we get into it, what's up, you guys? Where can people find you? Who are you playing, and what is your current projects that you'd like people to know about?
Wants to go first?
Well, Ami's a bottom, so we should save him for last.
Got him. We can just go in order if you want.
No, that would mean I'd have to go. I'm gonna go from bottom up. All right. So, hello, I'm Red. I'm at one of the three primary colors. Feeling a little tertiary today, but so my book, my debut novel, Olva the Ardalites, is releasing Tuesday, May 3rd, this Tuesday. So I'm very excited. Yeah, you can pre-order that on Amazon. Just look up Nicholas Brock, Nicholas Brock. That's my actual full name. I'm doxing myself for a sec. But yeah, you can buy that for $9, and I'd really appreciate it if you'd read it. And you know what? Even if you don't like the book, please just tell me that you don't like it, because I'm trying to improve as a writer. I'm not looking for people to tell me that this is great. I want to hear what I'm not doing right. But other than that, Thursday at 2 p.m. CST, I'm hosting my very first campaign on my channel. It is Cyberpunk Red, but yours is mine. Omni is one of the players there. I have Ty Artemis, Alakazam, and the Lore Mistress Cat. Two of which, these are their first APs. I'll let you take a wild guess which ones.
It's you and Omni.
Yeah, Omni and I have never played TTRPGs before, but yeah, that's got a lot going on this week. Feeling a little tuckered out, but I'm looking forward to this session. Oh, I play Vaughn. Yeah, I play the titular asshole of the group. Really arrogant, condescending wizard. Because of course.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here, Red. Much love, dude. Can't wait for your book to come out. Can't wait to read it.
Oh yeah, man. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Elise, what's up?
It's me.
I can hear you twice.
That was cursed.
From the ethereal realm, Elise.
It scared me.
Flames and smoke and shit. Watch yourself. Hello, friends. I am Elise. I am an artist and I am a blogger. And my new handle actually is @Illustrate on Twitter if you want to follow me. And we'll have to get that fixed after stream because it still has my old Howl handle. Anyway. I will be starting a blog soon, as well as my own shop / Etsy store. And I have a lot of cool things in the pipeline, mostly art lessons and business advice for aspiring professional artists.
Ooh. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Man, I can't wait to see that shit. I'm trying to fix your name tag right now as I'm speaking. Am I doing a good job of doing two things at once? No.
No, you were totally fine. Hopefully the blog will be out this week as well as the Etsy shop, and also I moved all of my TTRPG stuff to another Twitter account. So if you want to follow me, you can follow me for TTRPG stuff at Sword Queen Gaming.
Ooh, very cool. Awesome. Well, check out Elise's stuff. She's a fantastic artist. If you like the updated art for Kia right there, that is just an example right before your very eyes. So thank you again for being here, Elise. Much love, dude. Thank you for jumping in the campaign.
Oh, thank you for posting that, Nick.
You're welcome.
Omni.
Hey everyone, I am the last on the tech, your favorite robot American, and I hope everyone's having a lovely day out there today. You guys can find me on my channel, twitch.tv/thelast-omnitect, and also on Twitter at thelast-omnitect. I keep the handle everywhere, so it's pretty straightforward. I'm currently doing a total of 3 things simultaneously. I have on Wednesdays at 10:30 a.m. EST the AS Wilds of Glaswall Caltrop Core stream, where we're doing a Caltrop Core actual play based on the setting me and Red made during Writer's Block Season 1. It's been super fun. I have, speaking of, Alakazam, as well as also Gainer Cot, and also a Wolf's Den on that at the moment. And we're looking at possibly expanding the roster, so keep an eye out for that every Wednesday. Likewise, on Thursdays, I do the Breakfast Club. We just kind of hang out, game, relax. I just started Elden Ring.
Woo!
And yes, it's going to be a long burn on that one, I'm sure. So on Thursdays, if you're bored, bring your breakfast food, come and hang out, and just have a fun time watching me get my ass beat as we talk about everything in the TTRPG systems and in the TTRPG community. And then finally, Saturdays, we have the Stellar Forge, where every week I do a little bit of world building, both in the settings I'm working on the side, as well as also my primary setting, Legacy Tabletop project I've been doing for like 10 years. So if you're interested in my cool sci-fi setting or the other stuff, including AS, Saturdays is a good way to jump in. And also give me your input on those settings. And you also see me here, and I'm giving you a Reds game, and I'm in the other game that's going to be on this channel. So I'm all over the place. You just look out for the alerts. You'll spot me at once. That's me.
Hell yeah. Well, love you, Omni. Thank you for being here, man. Much appreciated.
Always
as
a pleasure, buddy.
And then my baby. My baby.
It'll be short and sweet as usual. You can catch me here on Saturdays playing this game, and going forward, Lancer with Omni Red. And other than that, you can find me on Twitter. Usually post art. That's about it. Oh, I play Zarn, the fighter.
Very cool. Well, thank you, baby, for being here. Always appreciate it. I love you.
Love you.
Yeah, so who wants to tell us what happened last time? Who wants to start us off for Advantage? It looks like both Vaunt and Kira are missing Advantage, so I would offer it up to them first. For Inspiration. Sorry, I forgot the word for a second.
Go ahead.
Alright, fine. Be that way.
Ladies first.
Never mind, I can't say that. Anyway,
Okay.
Alright, we struggled across the river to get over to the cave where we had tracked Darwin down to. It was raining and we were miserable and we fought a lot of bugbears to get inside the cave. The hunt master gave us a lot of trouble. Really kicked Kira's teeth in. And we finally made it inside, only to find Trogdor.
Trogdor?
The Burninator.
Frogzor. At least not remembering her World of Warcraft lore correctly shakes my head.
Wait, no, that's a... Never mind.
It's Trogzor.
No, it's not. It's Homestar Runner.
Oh, are you
was
referencing
before your
something other
time.
than World of Warcraft?
Yeah, no,
Yes.
the World of Warcraft Trogzor is a reference to Trogdor, the Burninator, which is an old fucking meme.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, Red, you literally just did the who's this old guy playing this band with the new guy thing. You just did that.
What? Never mind. I don't know why I talk on this show.
Okay, man.
No, we killed everybody else, so we confronted Kugoth, and we got him down, and then he fucking Drabs redeemed a divine intervention and resurrected him as a goddamn titan, and we were all gonna TPK until I think it was Wolfie redeemed his divine intervention and whisked the titan away.
Saved our fucking lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
We had it.
we were left alone. There was a bunch of loot, whole lot of monies.
Indeed it was.
And I think Kira got like a healing potion out of it, and that was it. And everybody else walked away with like 5,000 gold.
No, we're still waiting to divvy it all up. So
Yeah. I think that's what we come in on. Now, remind me, something happened right at the end of the previous session. Ashwell, you did something with a painting. Could you remind us what that was? Oh, also, let me give
Yes.
inspiration to Kira, because that was a good recap.
Yay,
Oh,
thank you.
So Ashwell, during the whole time when all the loot was, because technically the loot was being counted and properly, I guess, quantified between Ashwell and Vaunt. The two of us kind of did inventory on all the loot. So Ashwell's kept the painting and most of the loot. Like, not most of the loot, but the painting sort of buried under the loot, along with a couple of other, like, rare items. That's kind of, as far as he's concerned, his take on that.
Mhm.
And so he spent basically the whole time running interference on that, distracting and preventing people from spotting. I think he's
Yeah, we did
successful.
roll off, yeah.
So that's basically all that it is. That's all he's done. Just holding on to that painting and a little bit more, a coin, and then I imagine at the next stop, because he was pretty emphatic, like, well, next chance we get, divvy it up, because we have, like, literally hundreds of pounds, many hundreds of pounds of gold to deal with here.
Yep. So what, how do you folks propose on dealing with this?
That was the big argument at the end of the last session, right?
Have the puppy swim it across.
I know that was part of it. Like, it was ultimately going to have to involve the carts, and the puppy could help. But I think this was even bigger than the puppy could handle, as I recall, right?
Are we on an island?
No.
Maybe there's a way to just bring the carts here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Honestly. No, go ahead. By all means.
I was just gonna say, we were in a rush to get to Darwin. We didn't really, like, walk around. A better way to get across than rope across a river.
Yeah, why, by the way, where did y'all leave the cart?
With
think
the
you're off the
horses,
road.
probably.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just work here.
So the campsite that y'all left the night previous. This one.
Whisper's probably back there.
Yeah, I think we had Whisper watching the carts. That does sound right.
I believe I remember you saying that. Okay, so
I propose some of us stay and guard the treasure while some others go and
And take
That's
my
pretty
share of
fair.
the treasure? I don't think so.
Guard the treasures and pocket extra gold. Mm-hmm.
Vaughn will guard. Vaughn will volunteer.
I propose Vaunt and Kira stay and watch the treasure because I trust Kira to make sure that Vaunt doesn't steal any of it.
That's valid.
And Kira doesn't seem like the type who needs to pocket extra money.
Nah, honestly, they have a very poor understanding of the exchange rate down here on the material plane. So
Probably looking around, seeing the vast amount of treasure, and you're like, this is a fairly decent haul, right? This is a mediocre
Not a rich size
find.
take. Yeah.
it's okay. It's okay.
You could buy like a couple of loaves of bread with it, I'm sure.
This could help pay down a little bit on my cart.
So that was a post-World War I Germany reference for you out there.
Oof. I think that's fair. Honestly,
But,
if Ashwell stayed with Vaunt, I'm pretty sure we would have a dead player character by the time you guys got back. Between the two of us, one of us would have murdered the other at this point.
Yeah, you should go out.
Yeah.
Let me watch the treasure. I got it.
Oh, Kira can stay with you.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, let me check the wording on the spell first.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna curse him, I wholeheartedly encourage it.
To be fair, bestow curse is as creative as you want it to, as listed in the spell, up to the DM's discretion.
Say that again for me.
Bestow Curse can be anything you want it to, just so as long as the DM agrees to the power of it.
Okay.
The stuff on Bestow Curse that says on the spell are just recommendations for what Bestow Curse could do.
It's pretty nuts.
Interesting.
So you could have a Bestow Curse make somebody blind if you wanted to.
I knew that part. That's one of the recommended things that it talks about.
Yeah.
Derek, I am going to use one of my 4th level spell slots to cast Animate Dead on 3 of these bugbear corpses and create 3 zombies. Servants.
Fantastic. You love to hear it. Okay. So what does it look like when you cast... how long... First of all, how long does it take you to cast the spell? And then second, would you please tell me what it looks like when you cast this? Because I'm dying to know.
Okay. It only takes a minute. Kira is going to get out their prayer book because they haven't had a reason to cast this spell in a while. And they're just nonchalantly casting the spell, and everybody, and like whoever is around, just starts to hear these really sickening cracking sounds. Somewhere between like ice chipping off and bones shattering.
Ooh.
Delicious.
I love it.
And these bugbears start to stand up backwards.
Start doing Thriller. Like start
Yep.
dancing Thriller. Just,
Thank you for ruining my moment.
sorry.
Dude, that's fucking awesome. Hell yeah.
And
Sorry?
their limbs move very slow and jerky, like I'm sure you've seen. Sure you've seen like everybody's seen the zombies who just kind of sluggishly move around and go. Oh. These ones have very like they're slow, but they have very sharp movements that jerk around and they make snapping sounds when they move. And there's black frost kind of in a film over their bodies.
Dude, that is awesome. I love that. Yeah, they
Subclass buff your summons.
I think that's Necromancy Wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
'Cause that's what I was
Necromancy
thinking.
Wizard.
I could not remember what Death Cleric does. I know you can like.
No,
do
I just
stuff.
have access to Necromancy spells. Necromancy Wizard is the one that gets like extra HP to your summons.
let me go ahead and pull out Bugbear Zombies, because there's no limit on the amount of times that you can cast that, right?
Yes, I just have to make sure to recast it before the 24 hours is up, or they will just run amok.
Okay, so I'm going to put in your inventory, put them there. Bugbear Zombie. I cannot. Okay, so I'm going to put them under actions. Go ahead and get away from those. Power, we're just gonna hit add power. Bugbear Zombie stats. And then we'll open this and we'll go ahead and get back over here. There you go, and kaplow, it's a done dealio. When you click the little thing there, you should be able to see it, and then you can click the little guy, and have 3 of those.
Nice.
Okay.
That's what you said, right? 3?
Yes, I'm using a 4th level spell slot. Yes.
Also, there is a way to prepare spells, and I found it. You just have to put it into preparation mode.
Ah, very nice.
And I can fling it over to combat, and it will tell me the spells I have prepared. Excellent.
Very, very cool. So, once again, this chest is made from broken down pieces of wagon that is, like, roughly bound together with, like, Vaunt, your familiarized hands, or eyes would recognize the handiwork of somebody casting heat metal on iron to band it around this. And that was kind of what held the whole structure together. Without the lock, the whole thing looks as if it kind of wants to crumble and fall apart.
That's a really interesting. I don't know why I never thought of that, Derek, but I've never seen anybody use heat metal to weld.
Really?
I've never seen that done.
Hmm.
Heat metal is usually a spell that nobody fucking takes, and I think it's such a great spell. But it's
I like it.
I love the spell.
Utilitarian.
You can do some Joffrey type shit with it if you understand my meaning.
Well, that made me feel warm inside. Thank you for that.
That's cool. I like that.
How do you folks plan on getting this here treasure out? Who's going? Who's staying? What's happening?
I'm gonna have my bugbears start hauling this treasure out.
Okay. So
Also,
sorry, go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, I might be missing something because I've never used a stat in this. But when I open the bugbear stats, it's just like blank. It just says bugbear stats.
Maybe I need to identify it for you or something. It could be completely possible. Okay, so you're clicking the little red sphere next to it, right?
Yeah,
Oh, where did?
and there's nothing to interact with. It just says bugbear zombie.
Is there another little red dot next to NPC?
A module you are attempting to use is not loaded.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
There
let
you
me.
go. So I just dropped it into chat. What you might
Okay, there-
do.
There
Does
it
that
goes.
work?
It's working now.
So what
Yeah,
you
it's
might
working
do,
now.
just for future reference, with that stat block open, is take the little dot from the window and then place it into one of the things on your tray down below, and then you'll just always have it down there ready to use.
Okay, there we go. Got it.
My baby loves me. She got me a fast break and put it in the fridge for me.
Aw.
So they have a strength score of 16. So each of them could carry what is 16 times 15. That is 300 pounds. So between the three of them, they could absolutely carry that.
Nice.
Work, my minions.
The best use of necromantic power is free labor, and the ethical kind too. It's great.
Ethical, quote unquote.
They were already dead. They weren't using their bodies.
They were already dead.
So out into the rain once more. The zombies have no problem being weighed down by this heavy, heavy treasure and simply walking down the bank of the river on the bottom of it. I'm not even going to require a strength check from them because it's it's 566 pounds of loot that they're carrying. So no problem. They will make it across. The rest of you, I assume, probably go back the way that you came, and the next thing we see is the party getting their stuff ready at the campsite that you put everything at.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
Ashwell, would there be any challenge passphrase or anything that you would hear from Whisper as you guys are approaching the campsite?
I figure probably a sound like a hooting sound. They probably mimic animal sounds, preferably birds, so that they wouldn't alert people. They could use that in a city too. So I imagine like some kind of warbler or some kind, like a kind of thing.
Oh wow.
Actually do it in real life.
That was impressive.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Perks of actually being both an Eagle Scout and also having a mom who taught me both how to whistle and is also a birder. So
What a nerd.
I know, right? It comes in handy occasionally.
When were you a warble scout? I'm just kidding.
When Mr. Thompson decided he was going to take us on an 8-mile walk and teach us literally every bird's name ever, and then we immediately forgot it, but I remembered the sounds. But yeah, he would make that sound, and in the distance you hear like a similar come back from the other side in the distance, and Ashel would just kind of wave for Whisper to emerge. They know the signal at this point. I imagine they've coordinated enough to start like developing these sort of between Thieves' Cant and the actual like symbols that they use for their particular band. I think they probably have enough of that kind of knowledge by now.
Yeah, so as everybody is making their way back to camp, getting ready to probably start cutting the treasure up, divvying out the loot, Zarn, you feel a tug, and when you look down, you can see that it's your boy Darvin. He's looking a bit rough. He's kind of got these burn scars that are fucking up his once adorable little plump dwarfy face. His beard will probably never grow back without some kind of intervention of some sort, and now he's waterlogged from having to climb through the river, and he's not looking great. He was able to find his gear, but his plate mail has been completely stripped from him. It basically was useless by that point. They again, that priest had heat metal, so he used that to strip the plate off and completely, beyond repair, damage it. Darvin kind of looks at you and... Master Zorn, I'm worried about how this is gonna affect my chances with the ladies.
I don't think that's our biggest concern right now, Darvin. But you'll be fine. Get your beard back.
I lost my armor too. It was my father's.
Make you a new set, and you can wear it for a little bit first.
It's not the same. His breathing is kind of labored and ragged. Being set on fire will kind of damage your lungs from smoke inhalation.
Why don't you just take a seat and get this sorted, Darvin?
Yeah, he finds a nearby stump and places his butt on it. Down.
Guess I'll go over to Vaunt because he knows a lot of magic stuff. I ask him what I can do to get Darvin's beard back.
Might have had to take a minute. I don't think so. I think he had to go take a break real quick.
He's dead, Jim.
Fair enough.
He didn't make it back across the river. Well, more gold for us.
Man, nobody likes him anyway. Vaunt, not Red.
Everyone loves Red.
You assholes.
Good stuff.
Whatever Vaunt does, we're...
Okay, so how does Kira view their zombies?
Somewhat like tools and servants. They don't really have much affection for them because they're just reanimated corpses. But they're not like disdainful of them or grossed out by them or anything.
Okay. Give me an insight check.
Insight check the zombie. Into the dice tower.
Yes, please.
Okay.
You get the very distinct feeling that Whisper is watching how you interact with these creatures that you raise. Whisper hasn't said anything about them to Ashwell or anyone, but he's very interested in what's going on with these zombies. At some point, Ashwell, are you going to be debriefing Whisper or talking to her about anything in particular?
I imagine, yeah. Whisper would probably, after a little bit, try to pull Whisper. Ashwell would try to pull Whisper aside at some point for a conversation, but he's also very wary about leering and looming over her. As far as he's concerned, Whisper has a lot of growing to do, and strangely enough, Kira is actually probably a healthy growth thing. It's an opportunity for her to be who she wants to be, to ask someone who actually might understand some of her societal problems a little better than he does. And for all his grievance with the world, he doesn't want to deny Whisper an opportunity to grow So if Whisper is sort of like lurking around Kira, he would wait for her to step away before he calls her over.
You are definitely more in tune with Whisper's behavior, so I would say that you wouldn't really necessarily need to roll anything before you would notice that even though Whisper's doing what she's supposed to do, you know, packing up stuff from the camp, all the regular stuff that one might do at this point, her eyes very rarely leave the zombies, and then, like, Kira, whether you're, like, you said you're not being disrespectful about them or anything, so you're not like, no, take it over there. No, actually, I want it back over there. But actually bring it back over there. As long as you're not doing something like that.
That sounds hilarious.
As long as Kira wasn't doing that, then, I mean, there wouldn't really be necessarily anything too particular written on Whisper's face. As much as it is, you can tell that she's studying Kira and how she's controlling these zombies, and not like in a manner that you think she's trying to emulate or learn how it is she's doing that, or they're doing that. I'm sorry. As much as it is just like trying to figure out how Kira uses what Kira has.
Gotcha. Okay.
Basically, like I said, like they're obviously not emotionally attached to the zombies, but they aren't like using the zombies for their amusement either. They're just having them do things, probably things that they don't want to do, so they're just kind of relaxing and letting the zombies do it for them. Like manual labor, setting up tents, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
After watching Whisper, watching this for a while, Ashwell would leave the hall for a moment and turn towards Whisper again, and put a firm hand on her shoulder, like that reassuring kind of like, like dad pressure, like not the uncomfortable kind of like I'm commanding your attention, but kind of the letting you know I'm here, please don't stab me, I'm opening myself as an opportunity for you to engage with. And as he lays his gauntleted hand on her shoulder, gives her like a gentle kind of like reassuring shake. It's something, ain't it?
I've always heard that such things are possible, but they pull their strings like they're puppets.
Magic has never really been my forte, any way, shape, or form, but as much as I might vaunt about, or just generally speaking, show disdain for it, it's not that it's bad. If anything, I'm impressed endlessly. This is something I just can't really fathom. I just sort of give it all up to the unknown. But I do know that this is something that maybe you might want to talk with Kira about. You seem very interested.
Do I have your permission then?
Of course. Whisper, you're your own person. I do need you to stay on task when you're on mission, but when you're not, by all means, grow, become someone. You're more than just a tool in my belt. I hope you know.
For a moment, there's like this like deep well in Whisper's left eye, and when she blinks, it's gone. She nods and says, "Tonight, when the rest of you are sleeping."
All right.
Now, I believe Zarn wanted to have a conversation with Vaunt, unless you had something else, Ashwell. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, that's it. It would just been like back and forth banter towards you. There's nothing more. So you can really go with that.
Cool.
Yes, Zorn wanted to ask Vaunt if he heard of any spells that restore Darvin to his usual Darvin self, beard and not crispy skin.
Poor baby.
You're gonna catch Vaunt sort of sitting cross-legged near the mouth of the cave, so he can get some like natural light rather than lighting up a candle. He has spectacles pushed up his nose, and he's like busily penning away at something. And he has like this small, spherical, probably like eyeball-sized object, like sitting between the pages. A spell. He seemed to be like half listening, and he'd sigh and take his glasses off for a moment.
We'll pay you handsomely, I say begrudgingly.
That seemed to pique his interest a little more. Starting to speak a little bit more of his language. Well, I would be able to assist you if the arcane would abide and allow me to use restorative magics. As such, none exists. But luckily, we're traveling with someone of faith, so that they may perhaps be able to do something. I, however, cannot. But I would appreciate a little compensation for the advisory.
Sorry, that fucking got me.
Consultation fee.
You want a tip? Is that what you're saying?
I believe so, yes.
The tip is don't give out your information before asking for payment. Good day.
I'm underappreciated. He go back to work. He pushes spectacles back up his nose and get back to work.
Guess I'm
Damn.
going over to Kira now, presuming she's not. They're not currently talking.
No, Whisper said she was going to talk to Kira tonight once everybody's asleep, because Kira and Whisper don't have to sleep.
I figure we're probably all over by the hugger at this point, and the cart's trying to lash things up. So you want to grab Whisper or Kira?
Approach
Yes.
Kira.
Kira's sitting on a crate with a prayer book in hand, kind of occasionally giving the zombies instruction.
Reading the good book.
Glance over at Vaunt, who is in a similar position, then back at Kira, and just think, a little bit too alike for my taste.
If the Necronomicon is the good book, then yes, the good book.
Still, I trust this one a little bit more. So I asked them the same question I asked Vaunt. Fixing up Darvin.
Bring the dwarf over here.
Darvin!
He painfully waddles over at like a half jog. You assume it's probably the best he can manage right now. His tongue still kind of limply hanging out of his lips.
They're going to fix you up. You'll have your beard back, Darvin.
Really?
Assume so.
Oh, Master Zarn. You truly do me honor.
Well.
Kira looks between the two of them like, well.
Well, you said you could fix him. So
I said I would take a look.
I heard you saying that you could fix him.
I said that I would take a look. Come here, dwarf.
Curious.
The dwarf waddles up to the crate that you're sitting on.
Kira would use the feathery end of their quill to gently turn their face and look at them.
He looks charred, kind of like beef jerky in a way almost, where his beard and hair should be. It's just this mangled, really, really singed patches of flesh that even though, through magic he was brought back to life and, or brought back from the brink of death and healed back to his maximum hit point value, the damage that was done to him was substantial to the degree where, like, he's going to be disfigured for the rest of his life if there's not something done. And you can make any kind of check that you think would fit to try to determine exactly what would fix that.
Can I make a medicine check with like a spin on magic? So like not an arcana check because my arcana is like -1, but like can I make a medicine check pertaining to like healing magic?
That sounds like an Arcana Wisdom check, probably, if that's better. But, I guess Medicine Wisdom. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Medicine Wisdom is fine.
Okay.
He would need at least a greater restoration to fix his full business.
I can soothe his pain with some healing magic, but the damage is so substantial. You would need to take him to a professional healer or give me some time to gather the resources.
I think we are coming up to a town soon. Not find a healer that are gathering supplies.
Are you in pain, little one?
He nods, his tongue between his lips sticking out.
He blepping.
Yeah, he's kind of permanently mlepping.
Poor baby.
He did that before that though.
Kira will use a first level spell slot to cast Cure Wounds on him.
You see that the flesh tries to knit and mend, but this insidious fire that was cast on him, it was meant to scar and disfigure. You ease his pain, and you can see him let out a big sigh. But the damage that's done to him, insofar as the scarring, it's not going to be going away without a greater restoration cast on him.
Understood. Come see me again if it becomes too much to bear.
Thank you, kind priest. What's the name of your god again?
Persephone.
Oh, nice. I know that one. And he begins to waddle off to go fix what little belongings he has left and get ready to get on the road. Or, well, actually, you guys are making down for the evening, so getting his supplies together to bed down for the evening then. You are left without a thank you, Kira. Yeah. Is there anybody else that wants to do anything before y'all go to bed?
Mine is often a thankless job. Can I go back to getting the zombies to put up their tent?
Monties don't have emotion, so Zarn often forgets social cues like that.
Oh god.
Just like, oh, I got the information I needed. Okay, bye.
My melee backup is
No,
Dexter. Jesus.
Vaughn's gonna be speaking some weird. He's gonna be like sort of canting something, just in this very dark and like gruff language while he's like writing. You see him like nick the tip of his finger, and he starts like smearing a little blood sigil on the ground.
Keep it down. Some of us are trying to sleep.
While you do your black magic.
You can hear and see Hugger like scratching the ground and like pacing nervously in a circle far on the opposite side of camp from Vaughn. He does not like whatever the fuck Vaughn is up to.
I imagine that Ashwell and Whisper are probably over there. Because that seems like that's the Apparatus Mundi now. Like, bedding down for the night is just hang out with Hugger, because it's not like he likes tents and doesn't let me sleep in them anymore. So
No, he sleeps over you like a mama hen.
exactly.
He is your tent.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wraps around you and just holds you there. Sometimes he sleeps on his back, but either way, you're You're in an embrace, buddy.
It's a toasty couch. I love it.
Yeah, a couple of the nights you've woken up just like drenched in sweat, like, please, God, like reaching for your water skin, like getting the last out of it, like, God damn it, I know I'm gonna wake up in 2 more hours like this again.
I think Ashwell started to learn, and he's probably like intentionally he like douses like cloth to wrap around his neck and to put under his clothes so that it cools him off as he sleeps. It's probably just like a backup. So he'd probably like look up at Hugger and just like, "Hey, it's all right, buddy. It's okay." It's like gently sort of like scratch Hugger behind like the back of the chin as best as he can.
The creature, like, makes approving noises at this and nuzzles his head against you, which almost knocks you off your feet. But it's like a dog leaning on you, you know, like they don't mean to do it so hard. It's just that's how they show affection.
Right. It just happens to be that I have like a 30 times larger bull mastiff, basically. Yeah, that's fair. Can I see what Vaunt is up to from here?
Vaunt, are you trying to hide what you're doing?
Not particularly. I mean, he's sitting right in front of the right at the mouth of the cave with the moonlight shining down on him, and he's just literally just like taking, he's like pricking his fingers, and he's just literally just drawing cool shit on the stone floor.
What's your passive perception, Ashwell?
Passive perception is 18.
Then yeah, absolutely.
I'm just drawing those stupid things that those kids would draw in school, like those S's, like with my blood on the floor.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah.
Remember those things used to be all over the frickin' textbook.
Apparently they've been around since well before the 1600s, and that blew my fucking.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
It looks like a
Apparently,
skateboarder,
it's
but-
one of like the first geometric designs that's like easily made by artists of any era, because it's literally just like making a path. Like it's an interconnecting shape, so everyone's made a version of it. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Stussy on some cave wall somewhere, which is fucking ridiculous.
I also read that sociologists are studying the whole phenomena of children's culture is completely different than adults' culture, and they have their own traditions.
Yeah, you read The Lord of the Flies?
Interesting.
You're so funny.
That's true, though. That's what that book's about.
Yeah.
So Ashwell, you definitely see him making these sigils in the cave.
Okay. Let me just take a look at some of my inventory. Eventually my inventory will load. It is massive, unfortunately. Alright, yeah, no, he's going to make sure his mask is down, just sort of like watch as Vaunt is doing this, see if it leads anywhere. Quietly, he's not going to intervene or anything. I'm not sure that Hugger would let him get up if he wanted to.
Vaunt, what are you doing, bud?
Vaunt is using some of his previous spells, and he's trying to concoct a new one. He keeps like he has his robe sort of like open, and he keeps like looking down at his chest and like thinking about it for a moment, penning something down with his left hand, and then using his right hand to like draw something on the ground.
Okay.
This carries on for some time.
He would watch, for lack of a better thing to do.
How long does this take you, Vaunt?
I'm flavoring this as Vaunt sort of learning a new spell. Rather teaching himself a new spell using previous formulaic things that he's learned to make something.
Maybe something in that divine intervention like sparked the knowledge within you, like, oh, that's what the missing component was, or something like that.
Yeah, Vaughn had a bit of a eureka moment, but Vaughn's eureka moments are just like,
It's a house eureka moment. It's delivered with all the dry enjoyment of a person who is just happy to know a little more about things than you are. All right, yeah, he would just watch until he eventually either falls asleep or Vaughn finishes, and then I'd pass out.
I'll say Vaughn casts the spell. It's summon Greater Demon, but it's CR5 or less.
Okay.
So I could summon something like a Quasit.
What would you summon?
I'll summon a Quasit just to like test my theories, and as soon as it's summoned, Vaughn just like takes his textbook and goes
Squishes it.
just kills it.
That's cold.
That's a reference to something I should not probably talk about, so I won't.
It disappears into a puff of sulfurous smoke.
He looks at the demonic. It's probably incredibly weak demonic, like blood and ichor, like on the back of his spell book, and he's just like, and he starts like scraping it off into a bottle just for later.
Hell yeah.
You know when you're gonna need this.
You have a bottle of demonic ichor.
Nice.
Or colorful pen ink.
Mhm.
It's like the Lisa Frank pens.
Ah. I knew Lisa was a Satanist. Lisa Frank's an occultist. She's fucking
She's like the biggest-
legendary occultist Lisa Frank. You know, like Lisa Frank, Aleister Crowley, basically the same person. You know.
Oh, 100%.
That's terrible.
So once, is there anything else that anybody was going to do before they went to bed, or are we going to go to the conversation between Whisper and Kira?
I'm good.
So, while everyone is in their tents or what have you in the cave, probably not in the cave anymore now. It smells like farts in there.
Farts and death.
From the demon, you know.
Yeah. So
From the demon. Yeah.
anyway.
That's what Bong says, at least.
So
I'll just blame the Grey Render.
Whisper approaches you, Kira, and as she does so, she asks, "Do I have to pray to Persephone to be able to do something like that, or if the people that I took, I kept, is that something I could learn to do?"
What exactly are you asking me, dear? Are you saying that you want to be able to reanimate the dead?
She thinks for a moment and then shakes her head. No, I want... When I kill someone, I want all of them. I want their soul to dwell within me. Do you know
Just
what
for
I
the
mean?
record-
What's up?
Just for the record, Kira is in like a nightgown doing their skincare routine.
Whisper's still geared up. Wears leather armor, so doesn't really need to take it off very often.
Kira's vibing.
But yeah, she says, "Do you know what I mean?"
They drum their fingers on their lips. What you're asking is very powerful in dark magic. Do you know that?
She kind of shrugs. I don't know.
Are you saying that you want that so you don't forget them? Or are you saying you want that to absorb their power?
Suppose go either way, really. I don't quite know. Maybe if I had one, it would be clearer, but
Kira would wave to the zombie and gesture for them to come over.
it ambles across the way to stop in front of you.
Take a good look at that one.
She gets close to the freshly dead bugbear. Well, less than a day.
More or less freshly dead.
Yeah.
Look into its dead fish eyes and tell me if you want that staring back at you. While you sleep.
For a long moment, she's silent. And then she speaks. I need to talk to Ashwell about something. Thank you, Kira. And without another word, she makes her way across the camp to Hugger. She kicks the Grey Render solid a few times before it finally, like, reaches, stretches over, and then grabs her and brings her into its embrace. Tight under the crooks of this creature, like a big wing, like membrane around its where its legs meet its torso. She pokes you in the face, Ashwell, a few times until you wake up.
And he opens his eyes. Oh, hey, how'd everything go, Whisper?
I threw away my amulet.
Oh. He sort of like slightly reorients himself a little. I gotta figure like his solution to the, I don't want to say the hugger problem, but the hugger condition of sleeping has been between dousing himself with cold, is dig a little dirt out from underneath them as they rest, so he has a little room to maneuver beneath the hugger. Still not enough to get away, but enough to be like, I can roll at least now. I'm not just like pressed like a panini. He suddenly rolls onto his side, like literally hand on his chin, sort of cocks his head at her. Did you want to? Did you feel like you had to?
Yes.
Okay.
Had to. I don't know, but I've wanted to get rid of it more than anything my whole life.
Good. I'm proud of you. Well done. Look, it's your life to live. It was weighing you down, then.
It's not
Good
all
riddance.
Ashwell. When Oroshni was destroyed, she was scattered into pieces. My mother placed one of those in me. And my other death priest.
Wait, hold on. And he, like, slightly sits himself up a little bit, grabs one of his bedrolls, kind of props it beneath him so he can sit up a little more, like, actually sit up and not just be, like, on his side. He sort of crosses his hands in his lap and does the thing he tends to do, which is steeple his fingers when he's thinking. So, this is a couple of things all at once, which I'm fine with, I'm just processing. So, Death Priest, you're gonna need to go. That's gonna have to be explained. I assume it's something regarding the drow.
So, I'm not the best historian. I kind of
And I'm a
passed out of
terrible student.
my
Abbreviate it, my dear.
family. So, a long time ago, Persephone broke Elysium. It was where the Fae kind of lived. It was a world just like this one, but everything was turned up to 10 and there was no suffering whatsoever. And Persephone broke the primordial concord. That broke Elysium into Arcadia and Erebus. And all of Persephone's hosts were taken with her. After a time, they threw out the Queen of Crows, and they forced her into the world below and locked her away down there. For all the bad things you say about Empress Talia, she set her free. She helped anyway. I don't think she knew what she did. I don't think anybody knows what she did. at least at the time.
He nods, like letting the information seep in, committing it to memory. Okay then. So, being a death priest means you're tied to this legacy, this ancient thing that happened ages ago. And the Empress has uncorked this particular vintage into the modern age. First off, I feel like I've been overly simplistic with what I tell you. So let me clarify something. At this point, he does like rotate a little more, so he's like half leaning but facing directly. I personally don't hate the Empress. Not her specifically. Truth of the matter is, my grievance is with power and those who hold it. It's more than a personal thing. It's not, the Empress didn't come into my home. She didn't kick me into the gutter when I was a child. She didn't drag me through the shit. That was nobility and wealth and power in the hands of those who don't care. That's where my grievance lies. I personally am fine with moving the Empress because regardless of her individual qualities, she's the crux of that power. The power that makes young people into predators, hunt each other to survive. That turns children and the unwell and those who are barely able to make by into wolves. That's what I'm fighting against, not against her. So, I want you to understand, when I say it's personal for me, but not regards to her.
She shakes her head as if finally understanding the like cues and hints that you've been dropping for months during your training process, as if she finally understands this like core part of you, that what's the word, philosophical axiom that kind of drives you. And she says, I don't think it matters either way if how we feel about it. I think that when Persephone destroyed Araushni, my mother took those pieces. And when Persephone destroyed my mother, there's no way that I'd be able to get it out.
So, you remove the amulet, you've thrown it out, and you're tied to this ancient thing you didn't ask for. You weren't able to escape, and now it may haunt us all again.
The amulet kept it in check.
Okay then. You have no idea what's going to be coming as a result.
She shakes her head. But it doesn't matter how much I eat. I feel this void inside.
You know, Whisper, I thought you was something special already, but now I find out that out of everyone on the entirety of Izmura, I have as my apprentice, I have someone with a shard of divinity. That's pretty cool. Also, terrible, but hell of a thing. Look, this is going to be something you're going to learn to have to deal with. And I will be there to help as best I can. You have agreed to help me with what I need to do. And I can't pretend I fully grasp how far this will take me. Yet here you are, willingly anyway. I agreed to help you with your father. I'm happy to help you with this. As little as I can, as a mortal man, and the only person in this group without a hint of the arcane in the body. Well, out of it. Unsheathes one of the guitars and his eyes glow purple. Slots it away again, his eyes go normal again. But, you are who you're going to choose to be. I'm just looking forward to seeing who you become. Now, if we need to find some way to help you through this process, or if you want to master this power that's within you, or this thing, if it's a thing you want to remove from yourself or cultivate, we'll see what we can do.
First things first, Ashwell. And she looks with, you know, kind of wet eyes, smiling at you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need a soul. And that's where we're gonna take our first break. All right, everybody. We were gonna take about 5 to 10, and we will return with more Covet Syndicate. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for being patient and waiting. I surely do appreciate it. So, our heroes have packed up for the evening and have now made their way back to the road. As they make their way into town, I am going to go ahead and we were close enough to town, so I don't feel like I really need to bring up the regional map. Instead, I'll just go ahead and drop the map of the town that you guys are coming in on. So this is Mother. Mother is not a very large or very old town. However, what you do see as you make your way in is plenty of farms being tilled too. All of the people that you see tending to these farms seem to be very young, and as you arrive, you notice that there aren't any real gates of which to speak. You do see that in the very center of the town, there is this huge, well, I don't want to say huge because it's not like utterly massive, but it is a quite large sequence of active volcanoes that are billowing their smoke, their plume up into the air. As the party arrives to the outside of town, you can see recruits, or excuse me, not recruits, retinues of guards making their way around on patrols. Other travelers that are arriving probably a few hours before you because they were just camped a little bit up the road, are being talked to and escorted in from the town, or in from outside into the inside of the town. When you arrive, there is a, I mean, there's several of you, so I feel like probably a sizable force of guards would approach your cadre, and as they do so, you see one of them is made entirely of this gleaming and resplendent metal. It's almost like amorphous in its substance, but the shape is clearly defined. They have this halberd brimming with fire, and they are quite imposing in size, about 8 feet tall. They have this crest, this like twin crest that sticks out from the top of their head, and they are like a big old thing. And they are approaching you with this retinue of guards behind them. You do notice that the guards are mostly humanoids of varied races, however, they are all young. And that is what you see. They are making their way straight for you. I'll give you guys an opportunity to whatever before they arrive.
I don't wish to be a pest, but I cannot see anything.
Yeah, same. I was actually going to mention. I think the fog of war is covering the map because we don't have any models on it.
Well, that's just hooey, isn't it? Is that better?
Perfect.
That's better, yep.
Yeah.
I'm so glad it wasn't just me. I was worried.
Sorry about that.
You good, Chief?
You are fine. So where are we on this map?
You are approaching from the south end.
Oh, okay, so we're near the market.
I would say that you're probably a little bit closer to that row of houses on the opposite end of that entry street. Probably closest to the one on the outskirts is where the guards would be greeting the town.
So are we by the bay, or like the little dock area, or are we by the middle road?
The road.
Like over here.
Oh, okay.
So like over here, I'm guessing, Derek, is what you're talking about?
Do you see the arrow? Probably closer to like.
Okay, gotcha. Perfect. Thank you.
Got it.
There you go.
I just got a severe thunderstorm watch for my area, just in case my electricity goes out.
Oh jeez. Hope everything's okay, dude.
And the wind blows wrong around here, and power goes out. Don't worry about it. Gotta love that Texas privatized power grid.
Oh,
big mood.
Absolutely.
I love Texas infrastructure. It's my favorite, least stable thing on the planet.
100%.
Right next to Mount St. Helen.
Damn. That is a question. So,
Yeah.
Derek, as a in character, or in Ashwell's knowledge, how receptive would this community be to a gray render pulling a cart? Would this be the kind of thing that would cause alarm, or is this the kind of thing that we would want to have, like, had him wait outside of the town?
Natalie, do you think it would be fair for me to say that this culture would be completely fine with a gray render as long as it was well behaved? I think so. I think that as you would approach, in fact, not to skip forward, I still want to give you guys an opportunity to do something, but as the gray render is within range, you can definitely see with your passive insight checks, all of you. They're quite impressed by the fucking gray render, and they think it's fucking awesome.
Okay, that's great. Alright. That was my only question before we interact with these guys.
I'm going to draw my weapon, approaching it now, trying to get into a fight immediately.
Alright.
Yeah.
They have
Just...
weapons.
So they are wielding spears, except for the large metallic being who is wielding a halberd. So you can't really walk around without having it out. It's just kind of the nature of the weapon.
Yeah, this is my halberd sheath.
It's okay. It was a fair question.
No, I'm not giving anybody shit. I just thought that's just a funny concept. The idea of like having a giant fucking weapon. It's like, oh, this is my sheath for that giant weapon.
It's like a beach umbrella cover. It's just like
I mean,
5
that's what it would
feet
have
of
to be,
canvas.
right?
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to give anybody trouble. I just like the imagery of that. It's just like, I keep it in this nice little leather sheath.
I do know that as soon as he started getting towards the edge of the city, Ashwell would probably use his glamored armor to sort of like make himself look just more like a traveler. He'd leave the mask on, but largely it would be obscured by like what looks like cloth around his neck. It's like wraps, kind of, and just the rest of it be just thick, billowing leather clothing, just covering him as much as possible. He's basically this close to being a black mage from the original Final Fantasy setting.
Got it. Cool.
Weird traveler.
I wanted you all to know that my cat jumped up on my desk specifically to lay on my iPad.
Oh,
Nice.
Little brat.
Let's give you a long rest. There you go, long rest.
Thank you.
Here, get off that.
Anybody else want to do anything before the folks approach you?
No. Bond's just skulking between the middle and the back of the group because he doesn't do the talking in this group.
Kira is probably out in front on their big warhorse that they swiped.
Borrowed.
With no intention of ever returning.
Exactly.
What's the name of your
Acquired
warhorse again?
permanently through murder.
You said his name was Thunder, I believe.
That sounds like a generic name that somebody would give a warhorse in a fantasy setting. I mean, you can always rename it. That's
Oh,
just the name you
Zephyr.
give.
His name is Zephyr.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I tried to give him what I thought a commoner would call a warhorse that a commoner probably shouldn't have. You know?
Yeah.
You had the opportunity to name him Steven, but you didn't.
Why would I name him Steven?
Because Steve is like the name we give every fucking creature.
What?
It's better than Bob.
Zorn,
So
what are
I'll
you
say
doing?
My best friend actually has a deaf weenie dog named Bob.
That's precious.
Precious.
Zorn, what are you doing?
Probably standing in Carbon. Already been in a rough fight. For to turn south. Don't want him to be the first one.
Okay, very well. So as the metallic person approaches, you can hear this resonant voice from within, and when it speaks, there's this glow along its face of this like burning yellowish orange. It says, "Declare yourselves." You find its metallic voice quite grating, and it says, "What business have you in Mother?"
I think we have. Passing.
We had a reason to be here, but I can't remember what it was.
Oh,
Because I'm a dumb baby.
going back, I know for a fact that for one, we needed to go through Mother to get on to our next location, which would be our potential base of operations. So Mother was a necessary stop.
An
on the
abandoned
road. That's
town
cool.
up the road. Your ultimate
Thank you.
destination.
I was also
there
kind
was
of
other
dropped
places.
in the middle of whatever y'all were doing, and I don't think anybody ever actually filled me in with what you were supposed to be doing.
You
So I'm gonna-
gleefully joined us so quickly. Why would we dissuade you with the truth? I am drawing a blank on anything we might have needed to do specifically in Mother beyond basic commerce. We do have a bunch of crap we could probably offload here. So, assuming the market doesn't immediately implode and their economy collapses, we dumped like 15,000 gold's worth of a painting and like gold bullion.
Yeah.
Our business here is to pass through, perhaps stay for a night or two, restock on supplies.
You will submit to a search and seizure of any illicit materials not permitted within Mother.
Such as, I say, glancing at Vaunt warily, because he's probably most likely to have some contraband.
Okay. Because he's a tiefling. I get it. It's
Because
fine.
you were summoning, you were doing literal rituals last night. I don't
I
know.
was
if
literally
that's-
just summoning a little homunculus. It's fine.
Okay.
Only a minor demonic incursion, specifically like minors in one singular.
Your
Any
life
and
has not changed as a result, so you're fine.
Yeah.
So first of all, he looks to the undead, and he says, "Any and all undead will not be permitted within the city." He looks directly at you, Vaunt, as if he can see straight through you. Any who consort with demons must wear this shackle while they are within the realms of Mother. And he extends his hand. There's this pure gold bracelet that he is offering to you, Vaunt.
No.
Then
I'm
you will not
wearing
be
it.
permitted within Mother.
Fine, I'll wait.
He's just standing in front of you. He turns to the guards, search their belongings, and the retinue begin coming over and searching what you have. Is there anything that you would particularly like to hide from these guards?
Hide your magic items. Hide your children, hide your wives.
And hide your magic
Um,
items.
Let's see.
They're just snatching everybody's people up.
I figure Ashel would have buried that picture pretty far underneath all the bullion in our cart.
Mhm.
So I figure if that's not like laying on the bottom and that probably in that leather wrap he gave it when he first found it. If it's not like down there, he's just gonna make like doubly sure it's down there.
Yeah, that's where he left it for sure.
Okay, then yeah, no, he's good. He would inquire, in character. In character, he'd say, "Is there anything else in particular that we wouldn't be allowed to wear, or be allowed to use? Have you know what I mean?" Asking the guard specifically.
He takes a long moment and looks at each one of you individually. He goes from Zarn, looks Zarn up and down, and his her retainer, excuse me, looks to Vaunt, still in front of him, he's motionlessly still holding out this bracelet in front of you. His halberd in the other hand, and looks you up and down again. Looks to Ashwell, scans. You feel violated, Ashwell, like he can see through you. And then he looks to you, Kira, and he pins onto your scythe. This one represents an enemy of our people.
I'll just wait outside the town.
You will be
then.
permitted within this realm. However, you are not to practice any of your witchcraft.
Very well.
And why, pray tell, am I not offered the same sort of privilege?
The demon markings that you have all over your body,
I didn't write them.
you are still bound in an accord with one of their kind.
So
This will
what?
not prevent
Cross
your
his
magic.
heart.
This will not prevent your magic. This will merely prevent you from bringing forth that which you have bound.
Oh.
Mom would think about that, like, oh, I can summon another one.
I'll
Fine.
just summon a different one to wreak
I'll just
havoc.
summon a fucking closet that I'll smash with a textbook.
So he, with your permission, he extends his hand, puts it palm down, and the bracelet just morphs around your wrist. It's not uncomfortable. It's loose enough to where you can feel it like not giving you pressure. Almost perfect in its shape, you'd say. And that low, stirring kind of grumble that you're used to hearing in the back of your head completely subsides.
That's a relief.
Like, this is
Finally.
actually kind of nice.
You shut
My
the fuck up,
kids.
finally. It's like getting medicine for tinnitus.
Nick
Finally, a noise-canceling bracelet.
brought up the closet again, and I'm sorry. All I can think of is that closet just got promoted to being a closet from being a Lemure, and then he gets summoned just to get smashed and sent back to being a Lemure.
I get the distinct feeling that Vaunt is going to end up creating a closet farm, not unlike something out of Minecraft.
Oh my
Just
god.
spawns and falls
I don't do
and dies from
XP,
fall
I
damage.
don't do XP, I don't do XP. I do milestone.
Yeah.
Are you
For
sure?
resources. You don't do it for the XP. You do it for the other.
Closets
Sorry,
aren't very efficient in XP value anyway.
Rocket Stone!
Very
Yeah.
You get to summon a borrowed girl over and over again.
Yeah.
That's not gonna die to a book head. Head book.
That thing might kill you before you kill it.
No.
So as
Yeah, borrowed
the...
girl's the pineapple of summons.
I'm gonna need a stealth check from Ashwell to attempt to have hidden that painting in such a way that these folks wouldn't have found it. 'Cause they're gonna look in completely different ways than some of your compatriots might.
It's true. Let me take a look and see in my inventory of buffs that I've got. Which ones I might want to use. Let's see. Doodly-doo. I think I have one advantage left. One advantage and 3 bless. Oh god, yeah. So I'm going to use a bless
Okay.
right out of the gate. And I will also use advantage as well. So here comes the stealth. Oh, here comes the stealth roll. Let me actually move this out of the way so I can reach the dice tower, which I see is in the corner now. That's kind of interesting. I like that it's literally a little tower. Okay, so that's plus bless. Son of a gun.
After
A single.
about 30 minutes of them poring over every nook and cranny, the only contraband that they find is what they've already immediately noticed upon your arrival. Yeah, you got a 28 with that stealth roll, so you have hidden that just as well from them as you did from Vaunt or anybody else prying eyes.
Ashwell actually loses it because he can't find where he put it.
Oh fuck, guys! I think I sold that painting on accident with all that gold in the back. We have to go back.
Wait, what painting? What the fuck are you talking about?
How the fuck do I lose something that's almost 8 feet tall?
All right.
Oh, perfect.
So they, without another word, permit you to pass.
I look at Amanda to see if they notice.
Okay. So you're making it obvious, so he doesn't need to make a check to try to notice the coin or anything?
Yeah.
So when you flip the coin, you see the metal person step directly closer over to you, and he stops right next to you, not in front of you, but right next to you, and he doesn't say anything, but he like stops firmly, loudly, as if he's asking with his presence for you to stop. Give me an insight check. It's very hard to read. This is going to be a high DC. You've never dealt with anybody like this before.
I don't think.
That's a natural 20.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm
Nice.
insightful AF.
So, as you take a moment in this pass, we just get that like zoom in on your eyes and this like zoom in on this other being, and you get the feeling that he is not like, he doesn't like it. It's not that he doesn't like it, it's that he's very interested in this. If you stop, I'm not gonna say that you stop. I'm gonna ask, I guess, then, do you stop, or do you just keep going?
Flipping?
Stop walking.
He wants to ask me a question or talk to me.
So he continues walking alongside you until finally, after the rest of the party makes their way. Oops, double click. Oops, didn't mean to leave. Kira.
I was just gonna. I was doing that little arrow so I could order my zombies to stay over here.
Okay, cool. They do so. You know that your spell will wear off in probably a few hours until you have a few hours until your spell would wear off.
I'll come back out and recast it before they.
Okay. You get the party makes it to about there before, and I'll deselect everybody. Before he finally says, "Where did you get that?"
It was given to me.
By whom?
Zarn totally remembers. Natalie only remembers.
Dorgrim. Dorgrim Kagrin, the new king of the dwarves.
Tell him that.
He gave you an adamantium coin. That's adamantium. Can I have that, please? I bet if I just got a little bit of adamantium and put it on my halberd, it would make a big difference. Please.
No.
I will give you something. Please.
Oh, I'm gonna put it away somewhere safe. Not the reaction I had anticipated.
Angry.
Yeah, here I thought this guy was gonna be like, we have issues with adamantium within these walls. They can make vulnerable weaponry. And this guy's like, please, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please, oh, God.
I know
Please,
it's not
oh,
enough to
please.
make a big difference, but you have to understand. My idol is made from adamantium. If I had just a little bit, I could be like him.
Idol.
Anvil. Angel of Wrath.
Does he live near her?
He lives in the city of Brass with our mother.
Lives in
Resplendent.
the city of Brass, but he had a man.
Shakes his head as if it makes complete sense to him. Yeah.
The history lesson by.
Please, I.
Fuck. That's fucked.
And the party makes their way further into town, leaving the guards behind.
I'm gonna have to
Fucking
sleep with my eyes open tonight. This guy's gonna try and steal my coin.
This guy's being a sneaky little gremlin.
You make your way to the first square, the Square of Grace. You can see that the market is directly next to you. On the opposite side of the street is the Twin Crest Inn, and up a not too steep slope, or rather down into a small like valley-like basin, is this huge field of ash. It's just like these dunes as far as you can see, and when you look out into it, you can see what looks like children running up and down and across the fields. Somewhat information. What do you guys do?
Children running in the fields.
Yep.
Seems nice.
Interesting.
I hate kids.
This town is suspiciously wholesome.
It's called
Yeah.
Mother. I suppose that rings true to some extent.
Well, I should probably go find somewhere to bed down Hugger over here and then hit the market. Got a couple things we could probably turn into actual coin while it's relevant.
Yeah, speaking of coin, we should look for a healer.
That's actually what I was going to propose.
It's fair. All right. Well, that's the case then. Yeah, it'd probably be easier for Hugger to come with us than if we're going to be using some of this coin out of the gate. Supposed to try to haul it back and forth, try to guard it. Just keep an eye on it here. Lead the way.
I think Kira will probably be the fellow healer.
Yes, for the very least,
Go.
I can.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go.
I was just gonna say, Zarn would just go walking up and down the street saying, "Are you a healer? Are you a healer?" To basically every person she sees.
Yes, for the very least, I can tell you if they're legitimate or not.
Follow your
What will that be? A perception check?
I would say investigation.
Investigation? Oh, dear. That does not bode well.
I could find her.
Yeah, you could find the healer, and then I could inside check the healer.
Sure.
I didn't mean to roll that. Oh, that was...
So Zarn's plan of just asking random people actually turns out to work because though she doesn't find a healer just by asking random people, they do say, well, there is an apothecary down in the market. 2nd Street, 3rd house from the docks. And that's basically where they tell you you'll find the healer. I assume that the party makes their way over there. Are you taking Hugger with you?
He's got the giant cart full of money. So yes, until we find a place to bed down, it's probably just easier to guard the cart with Hugger there and just literally ride the top. Make sure no one's getting their hands into the giant chest. So
Awesome. So you are definitely not going to be able to fit the cart down the street, but you or down the alley, but you could definitely park him like over here probably, and that would allow you all who care to make their way over to the healer.
I'll stick with Hugger.
Jarvin and
We're going to be
Buck
just
go with-
side-eyeing each other the whole time, aren't we, going?
Uh-oh!
What were you saying, Natalie?
Oh, just that Zarn's on Jarvin.
Okay. So, Kira and Darvin and Zarn make their way into a small cottage with a blooming a blooming row of multicolored flower bushes. There's these various roots that grow upwards from underneath, and even some insects that seem to make their homes in these carefully crafted, super cutesy little hives that have just delicately been like handcrafted and hand painted. As you make your way inside, there's this rather quaint old woman, non-assuming. She kind of nods to you as you make your way inside. Welcome to my shop. How can I help you?
Fix him. I point at Jarvin.
Oh, my dear. Let me get a good look at you. And she pushes up her glasses. No, I can't do anything about that. She takes her glasses down.
That
But-
was rather disappointing.
But you might take them up the Crucible. Directly to the north, but they don't just let anyone inside, you know.
They'll have to let me in. Get them to let me in.
Well, are you a questing knight of their holy order?
I could be. I'm not really loyal to any one group. I mean, I could ditch these guys in a second.
Hmm,
Kira looks over.
doesn't really seem like you'd strike me as the type that they'd go for, unfortunately. Maybe you have some other method of accomplishing this task, but I don't believe that there's anything I can do for your dwarf. No, I'm sorry. I do have other potents and portions.
What?
I don't want them now.
What-
What exactly is the Crucible?
Ah, that's the training ground. Those that would join the Eternal Crusade. Our mother's war to conquer the abyss, plane by infinite plane.
Font.
Well, there's a lot of reasons not to like that, let's be honest.
I can't think of any, but if you think of some, let me know.
I mean, Font sure likes himself.
This is true.
I value Vaughn's contributions.
He likes himself enough not to be like a necromancer or something.
There you go.
He's got enough self-respect to not, dabble in the dark arts.
Vampirism.
That's an option.
Necromancer.
A necromancer.
A necromancer.
Neck romancer.
Yeah. Sorry.
Har har har.
I make
It's like a
silly
silver
dumb
bordered
puns.
magic card. Necromancer.
So, if that's all you wanted to talk to the old lady about.
I'd rather just go to the Crucible and then creep out by.
Okay. So as you make your way back out the alley, you see that the sun is beginning to crest over the horizon. It is, for lack of a better term, becoming dusk.
We could make an attempt to gain entry. I don't know what good it would do.
Go and out what their requirements are.
Why, you going to put in an application?
Maybe.
Uh-huh. I see. I will.
If it will heal Darvin, I can always ditch them. Contracts don't really mean anything. Paper.
Kira opens and closes their mouth and just shakes their head and carries on.
So how have Ashwell and Vaunt been passing the time?
Well,
Oh God.
Vaunt is what Vaunt's gonna do. Okay, so this is a very, very important question, and I need all of you to answer me honestly and truthfully.
Mhm.
Should I summon Atticus or Aloysius?
Neither.
Neither. We are in a town that straight up threatened you for
They're
even
familiars.
the
They're not
capacity.
demons.
I
But they
don't
do
think
count
they're
as
gonna care.
fiends.
No, they don't count as fiends.
Okay.
I'm a wizard.
Atticus
they,
is the
though?
cat, right?
Don't they
Yeah.
have to?
So familiars are either fae,
Fae,
they're-
fiends, or celestials, right?
So I'll just summon them as a fae. What-
Do you have a logical reason, Vaunt, why you would suddenly know how to summon a familiar that's the same exact dude but a fae?
Do you have a logical reasoning for summoning anything right now?
I mean, you
Because
can do
I've
that
never-
part. I just wanted to understand how you would.
Because I've never specified what they were.
You're a cheat.
Well, I literally have never said what they were, what their actual creature type was in my
That
He's
is
defense.
correct.
It's
It's
true.
never come up before.
Because it's never been relevant until like just this instance.
But why would it be anything other than a fiend? That doesn't make sense.
Oh, okay,
for it to
okay.
be anything
Tiefling
other
wizard,
than-
you immediately assume he's summoning fiends? Oh my god.
Just because I have demonic
You
blood
people.
doesn't mean I'm
my
demons.
Just because I have a tattoo that literally binds me to a demon that I gave a piece of my soul to doesn't make me indebted to demons.
And,
Doesn't mean that everything
and
I summon is a demon.
Okay, that said though, which Atticus is the cat, right?
It's a bird.
No, they're both birds. The one's
Both
just
birds.
fatter than the other.
Right. Well, the fatter one, obviously. Like if we're gonna do the meme, we gotta do them.
Okay, Atticus is chonky, so
Perfect.
Atticus is a chonky raven. Are they really gonna like lose their shit if I summon a fucking tiny little fiend familiar?
So,
Fiend familiar?
Tight.
when you cast the spell, it doesn't burn a spell slot because it's a ritual,
Right.
but nothing happens. The puff of smoke that you're used to seeing making your little homie, there is no puff of smoke, and instead, the gold band gets really fucking hot. In fact, it gets so hot that you take
Oh, it's a dog shock collar.
7 fire damage.
Hate it here.
Oh my
I
god!
love it. Let's never leave.
No.
Okay, I personally do not feel comfortable staying in a town that calls itself Mother on Ireland. That's just not gonna.
It's definitely
All
a
right.
cult.
Well,
Mommy, sorry.
sorry, mommy. Sorry,
Jesus.
mommy.
I knew that was coming. It would happen. Like an artillery shell coming down on me, I couldn't do a thing about it.
Okay. Vaughn's gonna be mad because he got singed. But that means Vaughn has to summon another familiar from a different branch of things. So he's gonna have to call on like a different aspect of the multiverse to get another chubby bird.
Summon a white celestial raven so Atticus can have a wife.
No, but it'd be like big and like needlessly fat.
She can be chunky. She's thick.
She thick.
Curvy.
Oh lord, she thick. Becky.
Can it be like a celestial? Like, can it be like a dove? Like a
I got
really
you, Blue.
fat white
Sure.
dove?
Absolutely.
Well, I need to come up with like a really funny name for her now. I got Aloysius and Atticus. I need another A name.
Amelia.
Emil. No, it needs to be like funny and stupid sounding. Like 1800s Victorian. Like, oh, that's Mrs. Pennybottom.
That's perfect, Mrs. Pennybottom.
Mrs. Pennybottom it is. That's the fucking name. We're going with it. We're doing it live.
What wouldn't it be? Copper bottom?
Okay.
It's okay. Colloquialism, like I guess we could call it penny.
No, Miss Pennybottom's fine. No, no, Copperbottom's good too. Now I'm thinking.
From
Miss
another plane
Copperbottom.
of existence, they might use penny.
It's definitely not going to be like Electrum Bottom or anything like that.
Instead of smelling like farts and sulfur when Miss Pennybottom arrives, she smells, or Miss Copperbottom arrives, she smells like literal hydrangeas.
Yes.
Like.
Oh wait, actually, I have something I can show off too here. Check this out on me. The dove call. That's the only bird sound I can make.
Do it a little closer to the mic because it
Gonna-
canceled it out.
Your mic's peaking and it's not picking it up.
Yeah, I kind of figured that might happen.
Damn.
Anyway, she's
Try me
making bird
another time,
noises
'cause
at
that
you.
sounds so
Do it
interesting.
into Natalie's mic. Do it into Natalie's mic.
She's talking to the same mic.
Ah, damn.
Damn.
I want to hear it that at some point, though. We're doing this because I want to hear it 'cause that sounds awesome. If it made the mic peak, it's probably really good.
But yeah, she makes these cute little cooing noises at you and gives you these doughy eyes. Hello.
Ash was gonna blink looking at this. What's with the rather charming new companion?
Oh. Hello, Ashwell. So nice to meet you.
Please shut up. You, he'd say to the bird, going to stay right here.
Yes.
I'm going to be back.
Okay.
Keep an eye on
Do you
this
need to use the little
ragtime.
tiefling's room?
Hmm.
It's completely understandable, darling. I don't have to do such things. I am a perfect being. While she is your grace and sweetness, she is still you.
Hated her. Stay put. Keep an eye on this ragamuffin. Make sure he doesn't try to steal anything.
I don't believe that Ashwell has that kind of motivations, but I will do
You'd
as you
be
ask.
Highly incorrect. He'd start walking off.
She flies up onto
I don't-
Ashwell's hood and just kind of like looks down at you, Ashwell, like as birds do, upside down, kind of. Like,
Ashwell looks up, behind the mask grins. For the record, I think you're my favorite so far.
that's awfully sweet of you.
Now, is Miss Copperbottom the name I gave her, or is Miss Copperbottom the name that she gave herself?
It's the name that you found as an analog to what represents the piece of you required to cast the spell.
The what little sliver of goodness is in this fat bird.
It's translated from Celestial, so it actually sounds like something probably Enochian, so kind of Gregorian chanting, but dialect and language.
Yeah, imagine what Elise just posted, but like significantly fatter.
It's one of those like super fancy, fluffy white birds, the white doves.
God, it's like an Orlando morning dove. They're just so thick with bread and fries.
No, here I have a better one. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it without all the watermarks on it. But
Damn watermarks. Oh, that's perfect.
Yes, that's perfect.
That's excellent.
Thick, beautiful.
What
The
a luscious
subreddit.
color.
Subreddit called r/divorced birds, and people post outrageous birds like that, saying they look like divorcees.
Oh my god, I love it.
Yeah. Miss Pennybottom definitely looks like she's come out the other side of a marriage better for it. Leaving someone behind that did not treat her the way that she felt that she deserves to be treated, and you know what? God damn it. However she deserves to be treated is how she should have been treated.
You don't need no bird.
You don't need no bird, okay?
Yeah.
Anyway, she's looking at you, right in your eyes.
And
Vaughn?
he's content to let it happen. That's what Vaughn does.
Vaughn's going to look for some sort of arcanist. See if there's some sort of magic store around here. And not the kind that sells fucking packs of cards and shit.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me an investigation check if you would please, Vaughn.
Sure, boss. I like the idea of Vaughn like running into this guy. He's like, "Oh, hello there! I'm Shell Magic Tricks," and he like pulls out a deck of cards. And he goes, "Pick a card, any card. You're gonna pick the 5 of hearts."
Any other card. You see, here I thought we were gonna make an in-universe like canon joke of Magic the Gathering being in the game like Gwent in Witcher.
Oh,
But-
that's funny.
End of the dice tower you go, Mr. Investigation.
Yeah, actually, you very quickly make your way down the same street. So this is happening while while Kira and Zarn are still at the apothecary. You make your way down that same street, and just a little bit further, you find a large building that is very well. I don't know how to say. Well endowed isn't the right term for well furnished, ornate. It's a very ornate building. You can see all manner of hexagrammic wards and runic markings all over this building, and you can see that there is still a light on inside, and a dwarf woman across from a bar at like a cashier's desk.
Vaughn has a very sour look on his face. And he just like pulls his hood down as he steps inside.
Right. So, you come face to face with this person.
This person. Terina Goldman.
Shoutouts to Natalie for the fantastic art once again. Thank you.
Oh,
So very good.
a bearded female dwarf.
Indubitably. So as you make your way inside, you can see this woman is I guess you can say woman for dwarf, because no, you can't say woman for dwarf. This dwarf, there's not a
She
female dwarf. She dwarf just
She
sounds
dwarf.
mean.
Well,
I'll
no,
come up
that's-
with
that's a-
something in canon. What is it in Warhammer?
In Warhammer, there ain't none that we're aware of. Is part of the problem.
It's
because
like The Witcher. The women look exactly like the men.
pretty
So
much.
You can't tell
yeah.
the difference until like post-mortem.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'll say that as much in Smira, there is some sexual dimorphism between dwarves, but there are some that are almost completely indescribable that you wouldn't be able to tell a man or woman. And then there's some that fall somewhere in between that spectrum. But most of them are kind of in the middle, like this woman, but without the beard. If you are brushed up on your dwarven lore, which your characters probably would know, female dwarves typically are from noble families. So that's something that Vaughn would probably know. As you arrive, she looks up from where she's having a couple of different prestidigitational magical castings going on to write in various ledgers at the same time.
Oi, welcome in then. How can I help you?
I'm looking for some ingredients.
Well, you've come to the right place, you have. What can I get you? I'm Tyrena Goldmate.
Nice. It's loaded. Sorry.
Charmed. Vaunt. I am looking for some very specific reagents. Perhaps you may have them. And if not, then fine. But I figured since I was here.
You've got... I'm about to close up, but I guess I can... Business is business. What you looking for?
Business is booming. So yeah, I'm looking at the reagents that I will need. Material components for spells and the like. I need... Vaughn would be going through his shopping list. I need a palm full of powdered silver. $25 gold pence worth of dust. Golden dust. Vaughn's the kind of person that pulls up to the drive-thru like 10 minutes before a restaurant closes and like gets like an order for 5 or 6 people.
Oh my god.
Just gonna spit in his reagents.
Got him.
I need some higher quality incense, perhaps some of a religious variety, at least something somewhat valuable. Perhaps equal worth to that of a working ass.
She nods. She's gonna make an Arcana check.
Vaughn is a Karen.
Can I speak to your manager?
Oh,
What are
God.
you getting components for, Vaughn?
Many different things. Going to the components for... I'll probably find familiar as well. So I'm probably going to need 35 gold pieces worth of incense. Oh, I need a pearl worth 100 gold pieces. Oh, he actually needs a couple of pearls. He needs a pearl for making that Ursat's eye. Because I figured that would be an appropriate thing to use, unless you have a suggestion for like another magical or some sort of component for an Ursat's eye. That was just what I was thinking.
Remind me what that is.
An Ursat's eye is just literally like a common magic item. It's just a fake eye that you can see through.
It's for Kira's
Yeah, it's Kieran.
eye.
An unfortunate situation, yes.
Sure.
Mhm.
So Vaughn will be spending... I need 300-ish on reagents.
Call it 300.
Yes, because the powdered silver doesn't explicitly have a price.
We'll say with
Powdered
30
silver.
gold enough. That'll be enough for the foreseeable future.
Okay. I don't know why she would have bat shit, but maybe. Let's see here. I doubt she has vial from a blood of a humanoid kill within the past 24 hours.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for you to get to.
See, the thing is, she could provide that, but not in the way that many might think.
Gross.
I'm not
Gross.
doing that. I'm
No.
not. I'm not murdering.
Dwarven women don't ovulate. How's that?
Good enough. I'll
Menstruate.
subtract
That one
300
too.
of that. The woman menstruate. I'm gonna subtract 300 gold from my. Oh, you already did. Okay, excellent. Does she have any magic items that might catch my eye?
Absolutely. I just dragged the shop into the market, into the chat. That's everything you could feasibly find at the market. Everybody can feel free to load that up and look at it. I would just suggest that you kind of take turns actually doing the buying process, but you can all look at it at the same time without any problems.
If you guys know exactly what you want, by all means. I don't, and I'm just looking through things at the moment. So.
Okay.
Oh, I need holy water. Okay, so I do need a single vial of holy water. Well, maybe no, I don't. No, I don't. Never mind. That's what the silver is for. Holy water is like my spray bottle for my Oribus.
Bad. Get off the counter.
No, I'm fucking angry. Get off the fucking counter.
Use the litter box.
I laid you down newspaper. Use it.
Fuck your newspaper. I shit on your bed. Shit on it.
The spiteful side, I see.
Start putting tinfoil on my surfaces and stuff like that, so he doesn't jump up on it.
Yeah,
You get a long ship. You guys want to buy a long ship for 1,200 gold? 12,000, sorry.
Yeah, we could if we want to become pirates now. Like, if we...
Yeah, let's become pirates. I don't
I can
think.
buy
The campaign. We're pirates now.
I
This
don't
is a
think.
city theme campaign.
I don't think Hugger would fit on a boat.
I also think we
he
have
would
an
like the
alarming
boat.
amount of plate mail and metal armor for an ocean-based campaign. Just
That's
saying.
fine.
I
Well,
also don't want to have to worry about where the gray render is gonna go to the bathroom
If
on
you
a
need-
boat either.
to look at the old map. That's a very good reason to reconsider that. But if you do look at the map, you are in a region that does have a lot of water in it. So I did include a bunch of shit on there that I didn't know if you would ever go for. I literally just thought I like giving players options, and I just gave them a bunch of loot. And here's some shit that they might feel like spending on it. I will say this much: you do know that you are going to an abandoned town. And using strongholds and followers rules to build a new keep, assuming that there is nothing like that there, it would cost... Oops, did I open the wrong reference manual? I did. That's Kingdoms in Warfare. I need strongholds and followers. Thank you. Oh, come on now, don't do it to me. So to get a first level keep costs 10,000. If you are finding a keep there that might be rebuilt, which it is an abandoned town, your intel surmised that there at one point was a keep there, but nobody has ever been close enough in a very long time to determine what's there anymore. Then it's half that. It's 5,000 gold.
Okay. So, doing the math on my end, as I recall, we had a grand total. If this would ever show the damn part of the book that I want, we had a grand total of 2,900 gold plus the silver.
Oh, do me a favor. Go ahead and go up to the party sheet up at the top, next to
Yes.
combat tracker, and you'll see how much.
It's an inventory, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, so right now we got 6,650 gold Just gold, not counting the platinum pieces, which is in there. Yeah, that's factoring in after we got perfect. I've been keeping.
That's gonna be 12. That's gonna be roughly 1,500 gold and other coinage.
Yeah, plus a couple items that we haven't really accounted yet.
All
So
of that is all that gold that you see up there translates all of those items, including that painting, provided you could find a buyer for the painting.
right.
Not to mention the money that we have on our persons.
Indeed, that is below that at party coinage.
So how much was it you said for the refurb? Was it
5,000?
okay? So we could do a refurb. We can't just do one from scratch. That's
I'll tell you right now. There's probably a keep there.
Yeah.
There's a keep there. It's ruined, so you're gonna have to refurbish it. But
it's fine. Little extra mason work, some elbow grease, couple new leathers. We'll be fine. We're good.
yeah, a lot of work. But that's yep.
I will say, considering that we're in the Emerald Sea region, it is kind of on the nose that we're, it's a literal sea. We have boat access. It actually might be easier for us to traverse back and forth by boat there, as I recall. If this will actually just not put in the background, that'd be great. Goodness.
What we could do is we could get a boat specifically for transporting materials.
That's exactly what I was thinking. And manpower back and forth there, too.
Mm-hmm.
Considering we're planning on making it the base of operations for most of our martial folks, if I recall. So, it is a little inland, but not super much so. Actually, no, it's right on the coast. Yeah, it'll be good. How fast do you think it would take, Derek, to go by boat between our would-be settlement and down there? Or rather, say, how many hexes does a boat crest?
It should say how many miles it goes. And then on the image, it should say how big the hexes are.
Yes, it does. You're right.
Might not say how big the hexes are. The hexes are 24 miles. They're about, 24 miles cut into 3, so 8-mile hexes.
Okay. 8-mile hexes. All right. Well, that's interesting.
Blackwood doesn't have access to the sea. However, Talia's Promise, the northernmost part that you guys didn't venture to, does.
And there is that quaint little fishing village, it looks like, right north of Blackwood, which will still be an easier march than across.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah. And also, it would just be nice for us to not have to constantly walk through Coil Parade again and be threatened by vaguely terrifying Spectre of Doom every time we want to go north. Well, I know we wanted to get that gate, right?
What's that?
I know we eventually wanted to get a summoning circle, though. How much does it cost to make like a permanent, not summoning, but teleportation circle? Do you know off the top of your head, Red?
I think it's
a teleportation circle. It's a 5th level spell that I don't technically have access to yet.
You have to cast it every day for a year in the same spot for it to be permanent.
Yeah, but I could just put down a bit.
You'd have to pay for 365 casts.
Nice.
Okay,
so
if I'm not mistaken,
I think you might be thinking of another spell. Let me read teleportation circle real quick.
Okie doke.
I think when you put it down, it's just down.
Let's see. Okay, well you can create it permanently, but so what you do is it takes a minute. You draw a circle on the ground, linked to a location of another teleportation circle of your choice, whose sigil sequence you know, same plane of existence, blah blah blah. Says you can create a permanent teleportation circle by casting the spell in the same location every day for 1 year. So what that means is you don't need to use the circle to teleport when you cast the spell in this way. So I think what that means is it's just permanently opened, so you don't have to cast it.
Yeah, you're binding the spell to the place where, like, it doesn't consume a spell slot for you to use the teleportation. Anybody
Yeah,
that
but
knows
I
how
can
to
put
use
down
it
a
can do it.
I can put down a circle somewhere and cast
Yeah,
the spell.
100%. Yeah.
And
Mhm.
people can pass through it. It just lasts a minute. So
Yeah.
give me another level. Literally, give me a single level, and then I'll get it, and we'll go from there.
That's fair. Yeah, and it would take a total of 18,000 gold pieces to do it over the course of a year as well.
Oh, I mean, we can literally just drag a fucking big ass thing of it through a circle, and it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, cool. So short-term solution, probably a boat at some point, but we should probably I would assume we'd want to assess the condition of the castle and how much it's actually going to cost us before we go dunking a huge amount of money on a longboat. Oh, that would be pretty sick.
All right. Well, while my players take a minute or two to look at the shopping list, see if there's anything that might tickle their fancy that they feel like spending some gold on, we're going to take another break. Don't go anywhere, anybody. In about 5 or 10, we will return with more Covet Syndicate.
Um,
2, 1. So, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sitting tight. When we left off, we were doing some shopping, and now Zarn is giving up her plate mail, her +1 plate mail to Darvin the dwarf.
Oh, I love Darvin, but that's not happening.
Oh, that's not what I understood, but alright. Alright. So,
Oh, goodness.
with, if this will function properly. Without further ado, then, the party, done with their shopping and what have you, make their way, I assume probably down the street to the tavern to rest their weary heads for the evening. That is true. I feel, however, that you would probably see that it's not going to be open to you at night. There's definitely no traffic, though there was a few people that you might see along the path. It is closed, and
They'll reopen for me. I'll talk to the manager.
all right, you can certainly try, Zarn.
That's fine. I'll go.
Right.
I'm not gonna be.
Not gonna be Vaughn.
Yes.
So as
Wow.
as the party makes their way down the street to, oop, I left Kira. I'm sorry, Kira.
I see how it is.
Everyone but Kira.
You are greeted outside by the stable boy, who sees that you have a rather unusual type of mount, pulling your cart, and asks, is that guy gonna... Are you trying to leave that here?
That would be the idea, yes. He would say from the front of the cart, his hands kind of on like, I don't even say there's, I would say there's like a rope, like there is a bit of a yoke around his neck, but it's not like super restrictive. It's more like a dog on a leash than like a dog in full like restraint. So he has his hands on the leash, the leads. Yeah,
You gonna try to eat the horses?
not if I command him not to. So he'll be fine.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to charge you for like 2 stalls.
That seems entirely reasonable as he looks at the size of his mouth.
Alright, so boarding for all of the horses and double for the big boy hugger. I do not quite remember exactly what it is. Does anybody have a player's handbook ready to remind?
I have it open right now. I'm just flipping through to the cost of boarding for the night.
Huh,
Pay the
nerd.
man whatever he wants. It's your turn to shill out some money.
Let's see what we got. Services, coach, camera. Food, drink, lodging. There we go. Let's see. Wow, you think they'd mention like putting up a horse, but they don't mention
They
it at
do.
all.
It's somewhere in there. Where's my handbook, babe?
Okay, yeah, I'm just not finding it right now. That's all. Let's see. Hireling, coach, cab. Meals.
I'd imagine it'd be like 5 copper, considering I think an in-room is 2 silver.
You are
I'd assume so. Yeah.
correct. Probably correct.
Let's see. Sales,
I
barding.
thought it did. Maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the list. They have like the whole like food, drink, lodging right there, but they just don't say anything about it. I would assume it might be one of those things that's either included in the cost of like the quality of the lounging.
Stabling per day, it's under tack, harness, and drawn vehicles is 5 silver pieces.
Oh, okay, thank you. Jesus, there we go. So yeah, no problem.
I'm a nerd. I'm a
Perfect.
nerd.
Yeah, it's weird they don't have that under lodging. Okay, perfect.
Well, I have the 5 part, right?
What's that now?
I had the 5 part, right?
Yeah.
Totally
5
did.
silver pieces per day, except for the big boy. It's gonna be a gold.
A gold and another gold tip for any pull that might happen out of his pocket.
He goes to take the reins, and like begin leading the creature, and he goes, "He's not gonna bite my arm off, is he?"
Ashel's gonna reach down and take, put his hand beneath his flowing cloak and grab his guitar and then put his hand on Hugger's cheek and just kind of like lean and whisper like, "Be good. Don't eat anything. I'll feed you later. Rest." And just like let his good boy. And like just gently pat it. Like I know it has no gender. That's his thing. And it's just gonna, it'll be fine. Don't worry. He's gonna let go of the guitar so his eyes stop glowing.
I can't believe you're misgendering your gray render.
Your agender Grey Render is led by this halfling stable boy who takes him around back to where the carts are kept and locks it in the corral with some chalks in place of the wheels so nobody can run off with it. He then brings Hugger around and you see him disappear inside the stable, coming back for the war horse, Zephyr, and what was your horse's name, Zarn?
Didn't get a horse, but small horses.
Ah, that's right. The draft ponies.
James and
Well, the
Baxter.
horse 1 and horse 2.
He takes all of them. I forgot about those other horses, so that's going to be another further gold. So I'll go ahead and just subtract a grand total of... How many days are you guys going to be staying in town?
Well, obviously just the one night. We have to go check at the Crucible tomorrow.
And I think you said, Red, I think you said that if Vaunt wants to make the Urstat's Eye, it's going to take 5 days of work?
That was like 4 more from here.
Okay. So it would probably make sense for us to just stay in town until you're done with it, just for convenience.
Yes.
That's fine
So-
with me.
That'll be good.
Yeah, I'm down with 5 days of rest here. Fine.
So the halfling calls for his sister. He says, "Go tell the old man that these travelers are going to be staying for how long again? 6 days? Yeah, 6 days. They're going to be on vacation. They said they're taking an extra couple days off."
God, I feel like a Disney tourist now.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, Neris, for the hydration.
Disney win.
Thank you. Yeah.
Also, I just thought as agender, gray gender sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
If it wasn't
Grey
J.K.
Render.
Rowling, yeah.
Agendo Grey
So as you make your way inside, I forgot to populate this image earlier. That was my bad. I hope that is...
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I fucked up, man.
Fine. You're fine. You're good.
Might take me a second, but I am going to pull up the person that you see when you make your way. I remember being somewhere. Aha! I found him. I found him.
Huzzah! Also, I love the idea of naming a horse, though I don't. That is not how my horse is named.
I have no problem
look
with it,
at
Kieran.
this guy.
Oh, look at him.
I love him.
You.
Erasmus?
Another
looks like,
slapper.
He looks like Herschel.
Yeah, he does.
Herschel Green.
Oh, I totally meant to say I really love the dwarf that you did too, Natalie, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh no, you're fine. You. I appreciate it.
She was very
Ooh.
lovely.
Disadvantage.
I
if you
like-
want.
What did I get?
Disadvantage.
What? What the fuck did I do? What did I
We love you. We love you, buddy.
do? I hate it here.
So this is the old man referred to by the halflings that is working at the bar. You can see him getting a few keys out and placing them on the bar. Oh, thank you, Jihan. I appreciate that, man. It's very kind of you. I'll remember that.
Yeah, okay, buddy. I'm fucking
Drabs
double
Mark
skinned.
II arrives.
As you approach, he...
What are you having?
Your large beer for my dwarf, please.
Yeah. And you?
I'll just have some wine. Bread.
Top shelf.
We'll like to upsell here, don't you? I prefer the bottom of the barrel swill. Ooh.
Hell yeah.
The lower the quality, the better. If you have a spit bucket, I'll take that.
Has some smoky notes to it.
He looks you up and down for a second and goes,
The lowest quality we have still comes from a bottle.
Fine.
You
That's
have
a
to
fucking crying shit.
You have to buy the bottle.
How much is that going to run me?
Press the advantage.
"Aw, JJ, evening it out with the advantage."
Does that just cancel out, or do I just have like disadvantage and then an advantage on another one?
I'm gonna reserve the right to impose that disadvantage when I feel like it.
You're a bitch.
As he
How much
pulls
is
out the bottle, he says,
2 gold.
2 gold for your lowest quality one?
It's imported.
Don't even want to know how much the top shelf was.
We have some 1,000 voices.
It's important.
It's too rich for my palate.
300 gold.
We stole a couple hundred bottles of that. We can just buy a fortress.
I'll just
like
slip
what
him
you
the 2 gold and then just start drinking straight out of the bottle.
Alright. So grand total, you have spent 10 gold so far, not counting the rooms as well. This is going to be the bare minimum that they offer is good. So, who wants to do the math for that for me?
So bare minimum they offer is good.
I wonder if I
already
could
have it
just
open.
look up that in items, in lodgings. I bet you I
Yeah,
fucking
it's
could.
food,
Yeah,
drink,
you
and lodging. It's right here. So
No,
the
no, no,
cost
I
for
mean
that-
in Fantasy Grounds, if I could just apply that to you guys.
Oh, maybe. If it's good, that would mean modest, I'd assume, or comfortable. So the lowest would be 5 silver pieces, and then it just gets higher from there. So
Then we'll say comfortable is the lowest tier that they offer.
okay, eight silver pieces a pop per day. That's not too bad.
So 5 days, that's 4 gold each.
Swing that. 8
That's
for
not
me
bad
and
at all.
Jonathan. So I guess we'll share. Sleep at my feet. Like
You
a
know what?
puppy dog.
Ashwell's gonna upgrade himself to to wealthy lodgings. Why not? Just once.
Nice.
Fancy.
Is that a whole gold a day?
Yep, I'll do that. So that's gonna be 10 gold total, I believe, for 5 days lodging.
Fantastic. He says, you know, for another gold a day, you can get a suite.
He holds a hand up. And, no, thank you. I'm doing it for the comfort of my companion.
You could have an adjunct room right next to each other. It's in the same suite.
I'm quite fine, thank you. I think this will be plenty. I appreciate it, though.
What are you having to drink?
He's gonna look around. You wouldn't happen to have any like fruit juices from this region, would you?
He opens a metal box, and when he does, there's this of cold, frosty air. He plucks out a lemon, plucks out an orange, plucks out this apple that looks kind of like it's like got these grape type of like beats off of it, and he goes,
How about I make you the special? Summer sweet afternoon.
How much we talking?
There's no alcohol in it. It's only
No,
silver.
I mean, oh, silver, sure. If that's the case, then yes, you'll get one, sure.
Real popular with the kids on a hot summer day.
Perfect.
he cuts up the lemon, the lime, or excuse me, the lemon, the orange, and he mashes the grapple. And when he blends them all together, he pulls out another like mug from within that metal box before closing it off. And when he hands it to you, it's this very frosty, succulent drink.
Ooh, that sounds so good. Yeah, he.
What's that, Natalie?
Oh, I didn't want it.
Oh, he's just gonna drink it and then offer some to Whisper if they want.
Yeah, Whisper absolutely would love one.
By all means, like literally, just share the mug. He doesn't mind.
Whisper happily sips on the straw next to you.
Delicious. Thank you. Hit the spot.
What were you gonna say, Natalie?
I was curious what my 2 gold wine tastes like.
It's still really fucking good. I mean, it's really fucking good. Probably some of the best wine that you've had. Definitely. It's this like raspberry, almost pomegranate blend of like these red wines mixed together, and it definitely keeps you wanting more with each passing sip.
Bartend. Disgustingly delicious. I'll have another.
He pulls another one out and places it on the bar next to you.
I finish the first bottle, toss it back to him, and start on the second.
Is anybody running a tab for me, by the way?
I'm paying them as I go.
Are you subtracting the gold?
I thought you did.
No, I'm still waiting to get a whole tab so I can just subtract it from everybody's
Okay,
at once.
Well, yeah, I know what I've gotten.
So let's see. The total for mine was 8 silver, right?
8 silver for the drink, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I have 4 gold, but you didn't tell me how much.
Darvin just asked for a regular old ale.
The variety they have.
Of course, and that's just going to be a singular gold. It is fucking huge, though. It's the size of his head.
Better be. Das Boot.
And it is imported dwarven ale. It is very good.
I hand Darvin like 5 gold pieces and tell him to keep his tab going. You deserve a break.
He's beaming from ear to ear, just holding this money that means so much to him right now because it means that he can get as much of this fucking good dwarven ale as he could feasibly drink before passing out. This shit can actually affect dwarves. He's a kid at Disneyland right now.
So I only gave him 5.
Epcot.
Well, here's one more for dinner. Make sure you all that on an empty stomach.
He orders a plump slice of pig. Some veggies. Pork butt. What I had for dinner.
Nice.
Sounds fire.
Oh yeah. Part of the shoulder, for those of you who don't know, you're not actually eating pork booty cheeks or anything.
As a culinarian, I can confirm you are eating pig ass.
Oh, you motherfucker. We don't eat pig ass!
Right?
Gluteus pigment.
Right. It's fatty, it's tender, it's delicious.
You could tell me it was pig ass and I still wouldn't care, man. It's so good.
Probably what.
I mean, food
what
is
a
food,
hot
meat
dog
is meat.
of.
Yeah, I don't really eat hot
Tender,
dogs, though.
delicious, filling ass.
Anyway.
So who steps up next to claim their key and be accosted for a drink?
Kira will take their place in line, and then they ribbit their chin and look between the two who are already at the bar. Give me one of those. Point to the bottle of wine that's in hand, and one of those. You point to the orange-based drink
He
in a big mug.
kind of looks taken aback for a second.
You want it frosty?
Oh yeah.
He pulls out an even bigger mug and you realize that there's no way this mug that he's pulling out should have fit in this little metal box that he's pulling things out of that's frosty. And as he places it on the counter in front of you, he takes out all the ingredients, makes up another, and then mixes it together for you.
You want it shaken or stirred?
Dead.
He takes out a little metal rod that's twisted and ends in a spoon and spins it, swirls it, and hands it on over with a bamboo straw and a little umbrella.
Do I get my bottle of wine?
Oh, I thought that you wanted that poured in it.
Oh, no, they're putting it like the bottle of wine and one of the fruit drinks.
Fantastic. Then he did not pour the bottle of wine in it, and he handed you the bottle of wine instead.
Okay, I'm gonna uncork the bottle of wine, take it, and just start pouring it into this, this big mug, and Akira's gonna invent sangria.
Nice.
He looks taken aback for a second, puts his finger and his thumb to his face. What do you call that?
Oh. I'm gonna stir it up with my straw and take a sip. That's pretty damn good. Blood of the gods, why not?
Did you say a straw?
Bamboo straw.
Oh. Okay, I was I was just imagining like a fucking plastic bendy.
Yeah, like from McDonald's. It's one of those crazy
Crazy
pink
straws.
flamingo straws. Yeah.
Don't you know plastic straws are bad for the environment?
That's a pretty good name. Tell you what, you drink those for free as long as you're here.
Oh, let me guess, you're going to start selling it, aren't you?
He nods.
Cheers.
He starts
I wanna
writing
bring-
down something on a ledger. You're saying something?
They're just gonna get a room too. I'll just get a regular, comfortable room.
He hands you your key, and then he looks to Vaughn. Kinsman, what can I get you?
A room. That's it.
And what to drink?
A room. That is it.
We don't serve rooms here. But he hands you a key. We do got sweets. And we got some mighty fine sweets. In fact, friends just took the last of the room.
Friends is hardly a word I'd use.
I feel like I'm bullying Red. I feel like everybody's bullying Red this stream. I'm sorry, Red.
You take my fucking super cool dog away from me. You put a little band on me so I can't summon my boys. And now I have to stay in a nice room. You're such a bastard.
You upgraded my accommodations.
I'll have to pay more for it. Fine, how much is it?
Would somebody mind telling me what aristocratic is?
Oh god, 4 gold pieces a night.
There you go, bud.
It's about time you spent some money, Vaughn.
I'm glad it's not on you.
Well, if you'd like, you can pay for the suite, and I'll
That's
stay
alright.
in it, and you stay
Nah,
in
that's
my
alright.
room.
That's okay.
All right,
like
and then
getting what I paid.
food each day. We also need to think about what are you all eating at least comfortably, or are you splurging here and there?
I'm eating comfortably. Not eating anything too fancy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
Did we ever divvy up the gold?
Not yet.
Not yet. It is still sitting in limbo, where I'm going to be subtracting it from the take.
Why don't we just use some of that rather than using our own personal money?
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Well, then
The
fuck it.
more
Let's
we
live large
spend
for a little
here-
bit.
Yeah, I think
No.
that makes sense.
Group mom is gonna say no and tell you to be frugal because we have to spend money for.
I'm talking out of character. Vaughn's very frugal, so.
Yeah.
I know. I was talking out of character too.
I definitely don't. I don't think it would be too bad for us to like. The thing we're gonna be buying is gonna be in thousands of gold. So like, if we spend even up to like 50 or 100 gold in accommodations, that's not the worst thing possible. But anything more than that, we should probably be concerned. Let's not buy out all the aristocratic rooms and then throw the world's first rave using like fairy lights and have a good night. But that
Burns.
actually
That
sounds
sounds
pretty
like
sick.
fun, though.
Maybe we should do that actually.
let's not do this really cool thing I just thought of.
Technically, you'd only really need at least one suite for that, and you could have your indoor rave up there.
Well, Vaughn's
Just
already got
hire a
one.
bard.
hire a bard. Hire 2 bards. Oh god. Maybe one day. Maybe my bard will be a DJ. Sir Skrillex.
We'll have a raid. We'll have rave when we complete the keep.
Yes.
That's fair.
Very fair.
100%.
So
House
so
party.
far we are up to about 42 gold.
I will
So-
just be eating currently. Sarn is probably currently stuffing pickled eggs down her throat.
Moderately still good food. I mean, of course, if Zarn wants pickled eggs, then Zarn can have as many pickled eggs as you want for moderate living. But moderate living is still like you're not eating porridge for breakfast and lunch and dinner. You're actually eating probably a little bit of bacon and maybe some eggs and some bread. Your lunch probably consists of like some fresh fruit and a little bit of protein, and then you're probably gonna have like a piece of pheasant for dinner, like a good portion of pheasant for dinner and what have you.
Take the meat part of that, but the rest is... that's fine.
Yeah, so then we are gonna be at about 42 gold. I'm gonna go ahead and subtract from there.
Kira likes to eat. They are a chonky elf, so they will splurge a little bit on slightly nicer dining.
Oh hell yeah.
Since they've been living off of rations and whatever they have around camp, their rough living has been grating on them.
So you're served for breakfast, and you can imagine any variation of this quality that might suit your actual taste or Kira's actual tastes. But when I think of a meal that you'd be paying this much for in real life for a consistent period of time, I think of like a crab meat omelet, like some kind of eggs Benedict to be served maybe on like
Yes.
opposite days. For lunch, you probably get like some very robust panini, like pressed sandwich with some kind of like roasted beef and very thick hearty cheese is like smothered in a garlic aioli or something with some julienne shoestring fries, and then probably for dinner some big 3-course extravagant meal every night that is laid out before you with including a dessert of some kind.
This
Perfect.
is some classy bed and breakfast inn style thing, like 3-4 star, like wedding stuff. I love that.
Very contemporary, but I like it.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
like,
You if you remark on that, then any of the staff that works there would be proud to tell you that they take the pursuit of perfection very seriously at the Twin Crest Inn, as does everyone here in Mother. For devotion to one's craft is the pursuit of being like Mother.
Oh, I'd like to note that since we are spending so much time here, in the evenings, Kira is gonna go out and recast their spell on their zombies to keep them under their control.
Okay. By the end of the 5 days, they are starting to rot pretty good, getting eaten inside by bugs and what have you. Unless you use gentle repose on the bodies as well.
Unfortunately, I do not have access. Well, actually, do I have access to general repose? Let me check. We're gonna
As a
be here
cleric,
that
yes,
long.
very much so.
It's first time playing a cleric. Forgive me.
I think it's a 2nd level spell.
That sounds correct to me.
It's a necromancy spell.
Mm,
I will look it right here. Gentle.
yes, I do. Yes, it is a 2nd level spell. Yeah, since when I go out on the first night to recast the spell for the first time, I'll use general repose on them since we're gonna be here for a while.
Don't you want them to stink?
I don't want them falling apart because then they're gonna get downgraded to skeletons. They already stink.
wait,
But they
what-
don't-
Are
they
zombies
don't-
worse or skeletons worse?
Skeleton.
Zombies are stronger than skeletons.
Okay.
Skeletons.
Also, they may stink, but they don't even smell half as bad as you do.
What?
Ooh.
Oh, got him.
Okay,
Getting
I
both
actually
together.
am avoiding the belief
Annihilated.
tonight. Just saying.
No, that's all right.
Elise is
That's
coming out
alright.
with heat, dude. I'm scared.
I'm not giving anybody any kind of shit tonight, and I'm just getting it. I see it. I see how it is.
It's
I love you,
making
I hope you're
up
ready.
for all the other times you have given us shit.
I hope you're ready for Lancer next week. Let me just say that.
Oh no! Hey,
No,
hey! I've been nice.
I love Vaunt. He's my favorite character. Zorn wants to be Vaunt when she grows up. You're my idol.
Oh,
Oh God.
I also want to be Vaught when I grow up.
I would kill for his confidence. I gotta admit that. Like on every front.
Right?
That man is a male confidence icon right
Just
there.
walk into any job interview and you're like, okay, here's why you're gonna hire me.
Yeah.
I do know that Ashwell does eventually want to have a conversation with Zorn. Probably after the first night, honestly. Probably actually the first night. So.
I'm a little tipsy on my wine, but I'm cognizant enough to have a conversation. You know, answer any questions you might have.
Are y'all having this conversation at the bar still?
No, this is gonna be after bar at like going to bed in room kind of thing. So, which by the way, the room is for Whisper. Ashwell is going to be sleeping specifically with Hugger because he doesn't want to contemplate how destructive Hugger is going to be without some social reinforcement on a daily basis.
That's honestly
So-
really smart. I'm really glad that you
Yeah.
said that because that was going to be really fucking bad if you didn't.
He's intelligent enough to know that he's basically stumbled across Circus Bear Pet, and he doesn't necessarily want that tearing the city up.
Oh, baby.
So yeah, he would beforehand stop, and I imagine once he'd stay late enough to see wherever Zarn goes to bed, when Zarn's going to bed, and then he's going to follow Zarn. And when he gets a chance to, when they're like separate enough for everyone else, to be like, "Hey, Zarn, could I have a minute of your time? Mind if we step in the room?"
I'll Jarvin to I'll give him another gold. I'm like, you know what? Go have another round.
So he has already drank through all that you've given him at this point on this day. And he is absolutely schmammered. He takes the coin.
That's great! Oh, I can get another
Make it a
big
small.
chocolate ale.
No, it's, you know what? I'm gonna take that back.
You know what, Zarn? I love you, and oh, hi. So nice to see you, Ashwell. I'm
Hey
gonna
there,
go.
buddy.
I wonder if they have whiskey.
No, sorry.
I'm gonna go
Jarvin.
see if I can get a whiskey.
Jarvin, no.
And he stumbles out the door and down the hall.
I'll deal with that later.
He's gonna take a moment, lean down the hallway, and do his warbling call, though, and get Whisper to come back and just be like, "Could you keep an eye on him, just make sure he doesn't that beer is actually pretty potent stuff."
Can I get another drink?
Yes, you can. And he would. This would be out of his pocket. He would give her 2 gold, whatever she wants to get you. Yeah.
She smiles.
Just okay. Enjoy the room tonight. I'll be with Hugger if anything comes up. Okay.
She nods. And come on, Darwin. Let's go get you what do you say, a whiskey?
And some water. Make sure he drinks water.
Yeah, I'll drink a whole glass of water. It'll be
2
fine.
glasses
Some peanuts
of
and some
water.
bread too to soak up some of that. It helps move.
He stops at the stairwell, and then for a moment he just like looks at you, Ashwell.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
He chuckles. Sorry about that. And
I
then
don't need a
looking over
fucking babysitter.
Okay, Darvin, thank you.
looking
Good
over at
night.
Whisper, like eyes of intensity, like that boy might need to go to sleep sooner.
My apologies. Apparently he's an angry drunk.
He's been through a lot. It's fine. I don't
True.
let him have fun.
Anyway. Oh, my room. Have some privacy.
He would nod appreciatively and then sort of just quickly take out a string and a bell, tie it around the door, around the door frame, just in case anyone decides to come in, so that way they know immediately. And he goes and leans over by the window and turns around towards Zarn. So, Zahn, I've been debating who to talk to about this. I might have found something in the hall. Something significant.
Besides the treasure.
Part of the treasure. But Vaughn's not the only one who's been handsy with it, I'll be honest. I do my best. I do my best not to take what isn't mine. As far as I'm concerned, you all have a contract with me. Professionalism is how you know I'm doing my job. But I'm also working towards something of my own. And in this instance, I considered taking, I suppose, a finder's fee, contracted fee, in this case. I did my best to not take more than I thought was reasonable. And only one item. But it was significant. And I've thought immensely about it. And I want to ask specifically, Zarn, what are your goals with your crew? I hear you're starting to gather some fighters. Do you have any aspirations for that?
Honestly, I've been finding myself kind of without a goal. I'm open to suggestions.
He nods. Well, I know what I'm planning is going to cause probably no small amount of social restructuring in the Empire. But in the short term, what it means is I need men, women, people, let's be fair. I need people I can trust, who are skilled, and I also need a place they can operate out of, which is the reason I've been so keen the idea of getting this old fortress up and running, this town. Beyond the fort, we probably need to consider fortifying our holds. Vaughn has his tower. Admittedly, Kiara so far has nothing that I'm aware of, but something that I would hope they would find.
It's hard being a broke bitch.
Big mood. Let me show you what I found. Because we're going to need a cellar.
Before you show me, I'm curious. What is it that you plan on doing? Going to shake things? Asking.
He pauses. And his hands slowly reach down to his guitars. He slowly draws one of them out. And even though it's not made for twirling, he kind of like just takes the handle, plays with it a little bit. Kind of like what I'm doing with the dagger here, but like in this case, it's almost like it glides around his hand gently as he does. And he sort of lets it enter him in a way and guide him as it always does. And when he does, he sort of hears in the back of his head a little more clearly what he's hoping for. I've been, for a very long time, hoping to change the way wealth, power is wielded within the region. I think the nobility are a threat to the people. I think the Empire could do with less nobles. And if there must be nobles, I'd rather have nobles I can trust. And he looks over at Zarn. I think I can trust you well enough. Hell, I think I can trust the whole Syndicate more.
Appreciate that. Given that our trust people.
Trust doesn't necessarily have to mean good feelings, but every one of you is a more or less known quantity to me. Vaunt is self-interested but driven. Kiara seems skillful and dutiful. You're definitely driven, and you, at the very least, seem to be rather direct. Something, a trait I can appreciate. And I do my best to be a known quantity.
It is an interesting proposition. Certainly have no qualms.
I'd like that fortress to be ours. It'll take more than one person to run it, more than one interest. So, I propose what I've acquired, we sell, and we put it towards our refurbishment of the fortress, and making it ours. Maybe, depending on the amount of coin we get, maybe a wing hidden away for our specific uses.
Like the sound of that. Power up. It'd be nice to have something.
Agreed. And when the Empire comes knocking, I think it would behoove us to have soldiers of our own to call. So if an army comes running up our doorstep, we don't have to feel like we are going to have to subject ourselves to that. Let me show you what I found. And he's going to lead Zarn down the stairs to the stables, to where Hugger and I imagine where the cart is. And he's going to dig out that giant-ass painting.
Zarn, you see a 8-foot tall, 4-foot wide portrait of, I mean, you know what she looks like more than anyone else. The Empress Talia standing regally. She is a staff kind of like over one hand and a sword in the other, holding them like this, nobly yet fiercely, gazing directly ahead. It's definitely the best painting you've ever seen. Whoever painted this was like unbelievably talented. And down in the left-hand corner, you can see it's signed the word Starfire.
I want him to paint me, like, you imagine how good he could make this look?
I would get a chuckle out of him. I admit, I gotta give the guy props for his skill. I'm no art critic, and I can even appreciate how gorgeous this is. What I can tell you is, some noble somewhere, some kingdom, pay no small amount of coin for this. I don't know exactly how much, but it has to be a phenomenal amount. Even if the buyer just uses it to sell or give back for favor to the Empress, that'd be a phenomenal amount of money.
Find such a buyer without drawing the attention.
This is partly why I wanted. You see, I don't really have much in the way of regal connections, nobility of any sort or shape. Alas, my one flaw, I was born a common. I can navigate my way around the Thieves Guild and around the black market, which is probably a good place to start selling this, unless we can find a legitimate buyer ahead of time. Because if we let this hit the black market, people now know what we have, and we don't sell it because we don't like the price we're hearing. I highly suspect it'll be a little bit more sought after and harder for us to keep on DL. With both of us running interference, it might be easier to get rid of this thing without people noticing.
See what we can.
I'm planning on going out tonight. I'm going to see if I can't find some local black market thieves guild. See if I can't make connections in this town, find a potential buyer. I definitely don't want to try to sell this back where we came from. That just seems stupid. Ugh, great way to get tied to it. But here is about as far as we can get, I think.
Poke around a bit. Very uptight to the Empress. For her.
Very fair. I'll
Same.
see if anyone's willing to buy illicit art.
Right. I just say we proceed with caution.
Agreed. I'll willing to split the coin 50-50, or just put it straight forward into the process of reinforcing the fortress.
Here to me.
Extend a hand. Then we have a deal.
Take it gladly.
He then takes it and hides it away again at the end of the day.
Press the advantage.
Ashwell's choice of roll advantage. Thank you, Kieran. Very nice of
Yes.
you.
Thank you so much, Yuri.
Hmm.
That's all I got, at least for right now.
All right. So who's going to be making the investigation roll?
It's 3.
Also +3.
Go for it.
All right. And you know what? I'll take that advantage that Yuri was so kind enough to give me, and we'll throw it in here.
Nice.
If I need to, you know what? I'll bless it too. Well, let's get the best
Mhm.
possible result here. I still have. I don't use blesses enough. There we go. Whatever that is, +4.
You do some poking around, and without really asking too many folks, you find that there is indeed a would-be buyer. It's not necessarily a pirate band, but it's definitely a group of folks that earn their living through conquest on the high seas. And when you approach them, they kind of are a bit trepidatious, not really quite too sure who you folks are, and they ask, why do we know that we can trust you, and how do we know that what you're selling us is authentic?
Do know Ashel will be in his full owl regalia right now, so he would be as he is depicted on the actual card. Sorry if you had anything you wanted to say.
What type of...
On this crew, you can see some humans, some half-orcs, a couple of elves.
I'm in there with me then.
Yuan-Ti are exceptionally rare.
No.
The elves. How pivotal in the crew do they seem to be?
The first mate seems to be Elven.
Ashwell would clear his throat, and in Elvish, surprisingly good Elvish, completely dropping his relative Jersey accent, would say to the elf, my word is as good as my Elvish, and we found this in the den of a specific kin-eating troll. He stole it from the Empress. We're looking to sell it for profit. I will be honest with that.
She looks to her captain and says a couple of things in kind of like an underhanded language, and he pipes up, "All right then, let's see it." And he brings you aboard his vessel. In the cabin, you find that it is quite hard to open it all the way because the ceiling only goes up about 6.5 feet. It's not the largest of ships, but when you show it to him and he takes a look at it, he takes out this magnifying glass that kind of sparkles in the light, and when he looks it over, aye, it's authentic. Starfire. The Red Dragon. I'll give you 2,500.
2,500.
Over whisper to Ashwell. Good price.
That's a great question.
Can I do a history? All my art knowledge.
Certainly can.
And I'm gonna see if I can't. Is there any skill I could roll that I would be able to gauge, like how much an ultra rare painting by a dragon would run for on market? Is there a roll I can make for that? Do you think? Sleight of hand, investigation. What do you think?
I think history is the one that would make the most sense to me.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, I'll wait for his as well. See if you both know.
All right, I'll bless, and that's my last bless. Use that. Whatever that is.
So, Ashwell, that seems like a fair asking price to you. Yeah, 2,500. Or excuse me, Zarn. That seems like a fair asking price to you, 2,500. So it makes sense that you would have asked that question. Ashwell, you could probably get a little bit more. This thing would be unique. There would be no other paintings exactly like this. You might be able to push your luck a little bit here.
Ashwell would steeple his fingers. Well, considering the rarity of the item, the uniqueness of the painter, and the condition, as well as the figure and the size and scale, wouldn't we be able to go a little higher than that, my friend?
I'm going to need a persuasion.
All right. Let's see. Oh boy. -1 at this.
Unless you want to have Zarn make the argument if Zarn has persuasion.
I'll have a -1 to persuasion.
Oof, no silver-tongued snake.
All right. Let's see. Failing that. I really don't want to use intimidation. That seems like a great way to get attacked by pirates right now. In fact, we'll see.
I'd be taking on a lot of heat just bringing this. You're lucky I'm offering you 25.
The Dreadlord imposes their will, the world shudders.
Disadvantage. He did already fail a roll, though, so I'll hold on to that one for later.
All right. That's fair. It's fair.
Watch your step.
Yeah. Still a little more, huh? Tell you what. Maybe I ask you instead of additional gold. This is rare. Very rare. One of a kind. But I respect the amount of heat and difficulty it would take to sell it on the market. After all, it was difficult enough to find a seller. Not impossible. Turns around, cocks an eyebrow behind his mask. But difficult. I'll give you that. What say I ask for a favor instead? I'm about to embark on something of a construction project. If you'd be willing to help ferry supplies, contract your boat. Give me a minor discount. Call it square.
I'm going to need another persuasion attempt, and this time you're going to have to use disadvantage because Kieran said so.
Yeah, that's fair. Let me just take a look and see. If I need to, I will use inspiration. So, okay. So let's see. is disadvantage. And there we go. Disadvantage. You okay, buddy?
Yeah,
Is
Kieran's
that what
like,
you
oh
wanted?"
shit. Oh no, I don't know.
Yeah, it's all right, buddy. I'm not sure if you accidentally grabbed the wrong one. It's cool. We roll with it here.
No, you picked the right one.
Yeah. So disadvantage. Let's see. If I need to, I will use my inspiration. I haven't had a need to so far. What's the word, bird? Do I use inspiration or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have to make the exact identical roll?
What? Just make the same roll again. No, no disadvantage.
Okay. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Sorry, you're 5 pirates. It's alright. If we fight pirates, then I get my workout today.
No. No, I don't think so. I don't know what outfit you represent. I don't know if I can trust you. In fact, I don't even know what your face looks like hiding behind a mask. Say what you want about me and my crew, at least we're honest.
Hmm.
It's bad luck to be bringing a painting of a lady aboard.
Just made that up.
Zarn,
I
give me
said what
a
I said.
charisma check. Just a flat charisma check.
I'm not charismatic at all.
And what would you know of the sea? The salt of the breeze? You are a serpentine. Your kind dwell far from the brine of the watery deep.
Like water. Some water in the desert. Not a lot, but it's there.
Some water in the desert.
Makes you appreciate it more.
Alrighty then. Ashfall steeples his hands. 2,500. Not a gold less. And we speak of this to no one.
Gladly.
He turns to Zarn and gives her a look of, I don't think we're gonna get better than this.
Good enough for me.
Delivery on payment.
What is 6608 plus 2500, please?
Gotcha. 6608 plus 2,500. So by 2,500 you mean 2,500, right?
Yes, sir.
900. It's 9,708 gold.
Thank you.
Rich.
We are rich. We're not adding that to the pool. We're keeping that separate.
We are.
Yeah,
Yes.
little we, not big we.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Our business is concluded. You may go.
So while this is happening, what is our tiefling and or our Eladrin friend doing? Are they doing stuff together? Are they hanging out separately? What's going on? Who wants to go first? Y'all can tell me what's up.
Well, I'm trying to think of what. So what day is it and what time of day is it? I don't think I was clear.
I believe
on
it's still the
that.
first day. The first evening.
So okay, so it's in the evening.
Mhm. Yeah, I
Okay,
just
then-
changed the lighting.
Oh, in that case, homegirl, quote unquote, is probably out here with her undead friends.
Uh-oh. I accidentally dropped a shortcut I didn't want. I'm doing this left-handed because I just had to get it on. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that.
What'd you do?
I accidentally hit the ending card.
Uh-oh.
The
That happens
session's
so
over. Good game, guys.
Sorry, everybody.
We beat the dragons.
And the dungeons.
In the dungeons.
Alright, so you are visiting your little bugbear buds.
Yep, we are gonna slap them with a gentle repose, which will take me 10 minutes, and then a recast, which will take me a minute. So all in all, it'll take me probably an hour round trip, because Kira's just kind of taking their time.
As you make your way back into the town, you can see that same Warforged standing in the middle of the square, and he approaches you. You're friends with the Serpentine.
Are you talking about Zon, the Yuante?
They have the adamantine coin.
I suppose I've never seen it.
Well, certainly you can convince that one to part with it, right?
Look.
Why would I do that? What's in it for me?
I could arrange for an audience.
With whom?
Bill of the Forge. He runs this place. He can... Well, he might be able to equip you with some better arms or armament if you strike a deal with her. You are mercenaries, aren't you?
I think that depends on who you ask.
Well, you're certainly a strange bunch, and I think I know a mercenary when I see one. I watch these roads enough. Maybe not you, but I know what the rest of them look like.
Well, answer me this. Could you arrange me a meeting with a healer? A skillful healer in your crucible?
Bible could do that.
Then I'll see what I can do. I can't make any promises.
I appreciate it, Eldrin.
Indeed. Metal man.
He resumes his post.
Gonna meander my little elf self
Yeah.
back to the inn. Anything interesting going on in the town tonight?
Give me a perception check.
Sure. Skills. Take myself on a little walk since I don't actually need to be doing anything right now.
As you approach the Square of Grace, you can still see children running up and down this ash dunes. Probably the same ones from before. Their paces are ragged now, but they're still running.
Kira's gonna meander over to the dunes.
Whereabouts?
Just put me wherever they are. Also, I'm having a strange glitch where my vision is like stuck back
Stuck,
here.
what do you mean?
It's it's like stuck all the way back here.
Oh, so you can't see where you're at now?
I can like see, but it's kind of grayed out.
Oh, yeah, that's because it's night time and it's activating your dark vision, and so everything else looks gray.
Oh, yeah, I know. I get that. Like my vision radius was moving with me, but like now it's back here.
Oh, it's like stopped?
Yeah.
Okay, that's strange. Thank you, Fantasy Grounds. Very cool. Is it moving now?
No, I think it's just a glitch.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn it.
It's
Maybe that one. Oh, You can do it, Fantasy Grounds. Take your time. Go when you feel like it.
Go on, Rocky. You go when you feel like it.
Yeah, Rocky, yeah.
You're blowing it, Gary. Blowing it.
Oh, come on.
I'm glad we can all geek out for a moment on SpongeBob memes. It makes me happy.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so now I see kind of probably the same thing that you were talking about, but I'm not sure. Did that fix it?
I think so. Maybe. Try moving me. Good enough. Whatever.
Okay. So as you approach the dunes, you can see a great figure off in the distance. Something toiling in the fires of the volcano, like a great forge. It's made of metal, and you can hear the groaning creaks of its form as it slams its mighty hammer down. And suddenly the sound that you were hearing the whole time that you were in town, but you just kind of, it's town noise, it became apparent to you what this distant drum was. This great creature smashing down something onto a hammer. The children are watched over by more Warforged that don't really seem to move too much. They're kind of standing in position. Their halberds also have that kind of flamed edge to it. And children are running laps up and down the dunes.
Shouldn't you little ones be headed home? It's well past dinner.
Between ragged breaths, a number of kids tell you, no break.
What?
War is endless.
What?
Damn, he must be like 14 or 15 or something.
There's some, but most are about 6 to 9.
Damn kids.
I've been there, kids. Don't worry.
So they're not playing, they're running laps.
Yeah.
We didn't stumble across a kindergarten. We stumbled across a Gundam pilot training ground, apparently.
Yeah, you better be fucking ready.
Yeah, looks around. Looks at the Warforge. Are you alive?
This one looks quite different from the last one that you spoke to. This one has a bit more feminine of a form insofar as that it has like an hourglass shape in its construction, but it's still all very pragmatic, yet glorious and resplendent in hues of this pearlescent metal and gold. And this very soft voice says, "We are very much alive."
What are these small children doing out here?
They are in the Crucible. They are training for the Eternal Crusade.
Well, they won't be training very long if they keel over from exhaustion.
Only the strong survive. The weak. There is no place for the weak in the Eternal Crusade.
What is this Eternal Crusade?
The very reason for our being. Why Mother saw fit to stride forth from nothing into a spark as great of a fire as our volcanic forges here in her sight. She will cleanse the abyss, plane by plane.
Speak plainly, metal creature. Who is this mother? What is all of this? Why are you working children to death?
The Forge Mother. She loves and protects all that would see fit to pick up in her name.
Well, clearly she doesn't love these children very much if she's willing them to die for training.
Those that die will enter her embrace. In the city of
No.
brass, remade anew in the Soul Forge.
Nice place you got here.
Kira looks around in dismay.
I know who you are, child of Persephone.
Give them a respite, at least.
At the strike of midnight, when the moon is highest in the sky, they may stop.
What time is it now?
Probably about 9.
Jesus. Running laps in the sand? That's the worst thing I can think of, and they've been doing it all day.
Yeah.
Ah, the life of a warforged.
You do realize that those creatures are flesh and blood, not metal. They don't work the same way that you do.
All is the same in the light of the Forge Mother. Whether that
Oh.
life is flesh and metal, or blood and bone. The Forge Mother loves us all equally.
Kira's gonna realize that they're talking to a stupid machine and they're just gonna leave before they get angry and cause a scene.
Kira's just like, you know what? You got a point, walks off.
I'm going to destroy a stress ball.
They're very clearly not happy about leaving leaving these children behind, but it's not like the Warforged cares. So
Where do you go, Kira?
oof. They're gonna continue their walk and find a quiet place, and for the they pray pretty regularly, but it's more like routine rituals rather than anything. But they're gonna take some time to take out their prayer books and their effects and what have you, and say a few prayers to Persephone. They're not expecting a response, just kind of more like thinking aloud in search of wisdom.
You, What questions is it that you are seeking to find an answer to in the wisdom of Persephone?
General queries about why mortals choose to inflict their own suffering and death upon their own.
So you would know your prayer book well enough to know where you could find certain texts that would talk about that to reaffirm your beliefs and answer these questions. And I feel like you would find some passage that states that mortality is like a great worm devouring itself. They seek to build an empire only to conquer it and rebuild it in its stead, and they spend countless lives doing so, and that is why we are fundamentally different from them. Ours is to keep that which we have and take back what was stolen from us.
They're very unhappy about the what's going on in this town, but their unfortunate reality is that there really isn't anything that they can do about it, at least at this moment in time. So they're just gonna make their way back to the inn.
Vaunt, what have you been doing this whole time?
Well, I've just been putting together that Urset's eye. When Vaughn said he literally just wanted a room, he would go straight to his room, sit down, and just start working on that Urset's eye. And he'd look at that gold band, and he would be wondering about it. He'd kind of tug at it, see if he could like try to take it off. Or he'd have to wait for one of those guards to remove it from him. And then
Definitely
he'd
the
go,
latter.
"Come." I don't think he's doing anything particularly interesting besides getting swindled by his colleagues. And yeah, actually, where is the hall right now?
You have a suite, so I would say that you probably have like a living quarters and then like 2 to 3 bedrooms, one of those being a master, with which to dwell within. Including a bathroom with indoor plumbing.
That's nice. Where's all of our money?
Whatever you have on your person, you have. The rest of it is with Hugger in the stable that you know of.
He just wants to go roll in it.
Yeah, like Scrooge McDuck. Yeah.
Oh god, it's not a liquid. It's a lot of tiny, many solids.
Don't make a Family Guy reference. Oh my god. That's like the lowest fucking.
It is. It's the
end
lowest
for-
possible, but it is a funny clip. Oh god.
That has to have been a joke that was made like 20 years before, and then Seth MacFarlane.
Oh, 100%. Someone else made it better, I'm sure.
Hate Family Guy. Anyway, so this Ring of Shooting Stars, I'm assuming this would require attunement. It seems like something
100%.
that would. Okay, Bond will just attune to that while he's working.
All right. Do you have that added to your character sheet already?
I have it in my character sheet. Let's see if I can open it. Yes, I can. Okay. Yep, I do have it on my sheet already, and I just attuned to it. So Bond's gonna have a cool ring.
Very cool.
I mean, to be fair, it was the one item that he took out of all the magic items, so I didn't technically steal it, quote unquote. Kidding.
We're not one to talk anymore.
Oh no, definitely.
Well, yeah,
not.
no, you swindled me out of like several thousands, so fuck you.
I mean, it's technically going to go to the group, mostly.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it
You
mostly
know
going to
of.
go to the group?
Also, as
In
I
a
remember it,
way.
you definitely did that first.
So,
Me taking a ring that's probably worth like.
No, before the ring. And you
What
know
did I
how
do?
you know goddamn well how much that ring is worth.
Well, yeah, but I don't.
just because it's smaller doesn't mean it's less significant.
See, Vaughn's been telling himself that exact phrase his entire life.
That's funny.
Oh god.
It is a very. Oh my god! I just read the cost. I did swindle you, fucks. Anyway,
Yeah,
so he's gonna
100%.
go-
A magic item versus that painting. If we had stolen that ring and sold it, we'd have made a bunch more money.
Derek, how much did they sell the painting for?
2,500 red.
2,500.
2,500 for one of a kind rare painting. Don't you talk to me about who got the better deal.
I like it here. The minimum value of my thing is twice as much as that.
Figured.
Yeah.
What did you get?
I
A
got
ring of shooting stars.
If you feel like dragging that into the
Oh.
chat so the rest of us can see what it do
I
again.
should be able to do that.
Yeah.
Ah,
It's a
there
pretty
you go.
sick item, actually.
It's a cool item. Very cool. Great art, too.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, it makes sense for your character to have to. Straight up, I think it's probably in good hands there. Oh, man.
Honestly, Vaughn's thinking about hawking it because it doesn't really align with his what he likes to do.
Does
That's
it
a fair
match
answer.
your wardrobe?
Well, I mean, it does. It actually kind of does match his wardrobe a little. It's like dark and sort of like has these nice like purpley colors. Yeah, it matches his wardrobe perfect. But he's gonna attune to it for now. But
When you
In the
attune to
meantime-
it, that nebulous purple turns into a nebulous red.
excellent. Now it really matches my wardrobe. Matches my skin.
Magic items, they're
That's-
supposed to match whoever's using them. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
yeah. Cool. So in the meantime, I could be looking for a buyer for this item. Now, the cool thing about it, you guys ever see that trick where they put a quarter in a vending machine and then use a string to pull it back out?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
That's what Vaughn's gonna do. He's gonna piss off every fucking wizard this side of the world.
We'll just add it to our list of enemies.
Sorry.
We got enough.
Kieran,
Yeah, it's cool.
Kieran wanted to see the effect. I'll leave that up for you to read, Kieran.
Okay, so since I cast Identify on this, Derek, would I have like a general value? Because like the window of this cost is huge.
Depends on the buyer, if I'm being honest with you.
Okay. Because it's such a giant window for cost.
Mm-hmm. It does have
The
an
base-
objective value that the game will assign to it.
Right.
If I
Okay,
wanted
so
to put it in the shop, I could tell you what that is, but it is going to depend on the buyer that you find.
so he's gonna go talk to Miss Goldmane. to see what
Assuming that's
she-
the next day, then.
Yes. He's gonna see what she would pay for it.
So she takes a look at this wonderful ring, and let's see what she would value.
It's like the top show. She's like, oh yeah, this it's got a nick on the side, so I can offer you 2 copper for it.
Best I can do is
Oh
5
my
silver.
god. See, for a second I thought you were talking about Antique Roadshow, and then I realized no, it's the lower brow version.
Pawn shop or whatever.
Yeah. Pawn Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pawn Stars with Dick Harrison.
The epitome of TLC programming.
When I lived in Vegas, I was
thank you.
home for a while. 23,566. I'll just round it up to 24,000. When I was at home, I was in Vegas. I was at my apartment for like a bunch of days during Christmas break, and I watched a bunch of Pawn Stars. I didn't watch it, but it was on in the background while I played a bunch of Binding of Isaac.
I love Binding of Isaac.
I
Play
gotta
Binding of
tell
Isaac
you,
for a
Red,
stream.
with 25,000 gold, you better be building a motherfucking medieval Death Star or something. Like, I expect to see the Executor made out of like granite and magic glowing runes hovering over this kingdom by the time you're done.
What if I just bought like a really, really cool t-shirt with it?
That's a good idea. I like that one actually. You should do
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably do that.
You can
Ashwell
maybe
would
afford
never
2.
know, but I would kill you in real life.
I sold this ring and all I got from it was this lousy t-shirt.
No. Okay. Vaughn sells the ring. It's a Supreme t-shirt.
It's made out of adamantine weave. It's
No,
literally
he gets the what's that stuff called?
mithril.
By any means necessary, the drip. You know what I'm talking about? Like how it
Oh,
shows up.
She says, but the problem is that I don't have that kind of liquid cash just floating around. So if you're going to be trying to hawk something like that, you might be better up the crucible talking to Ibel, if she'll see you.
I'm sure she will. Good day. 24,000. Look at this ring. You don't look like you're worth 24,000.
It glints in the sunlight.
Look how Ashwell's like, I'm gonna do something underhanded, and Vaughn will never know. And Vaughn's just like, by the way, I bought like a fucking like 3 yachts. Like,
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, there's a reason why I took time to actually store the shop. I know y'all were thinking,
We really don't have that much money, but you kind
But-
of do in goods.
it's me.
It's me.
So, okay. All right, Vaughn's gonna head up to the Crucible then.
You see, it's about noon by this point, I imagine. See the kids running.
The fools.
As you make your way to the great doors up on the top of this mountainous spire, you can see that the temple itself is built into the volcanoes, and magma flows and runs over the top of it. You are not permitted inside. The Warforged that stand in the way bar your entry, and they call you a witch and a heretic, and say, "Mama don't see no Harrys." Natalie's just laughing so much because she knows where it comes from. None of this is me, by the way. None of this shit was stuff that literally came out of my head. I mean, all the characters that you're meeting and stuff for the most part are, but how this place's culture is framed and structured, that's not me.
I have something to perhaps parlay with.
We see that you bind demons.
Does that make one a demon?
They look at each other for a moment and consider this. It doesn't make one a demon, but it makes one closer to a demon than Mom. And I think that's heresy, and I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to let you in.
What if I told you I have something of incredible value?
Well, it depends on what it is.
He'd show the ring on his finger.
I mean, that is really pretty. Think Eibel would want to see that? These are two of the same model that you saw when you first entered, by the way, that same guard. You know, feel like she might, but we're not supposed to let just anybody in here. Yeah, the ring isn't really enough. What do you got? What else you got?
Like look back and forth. Just trying to like I'll look through my inventory.
So Zarn, when were you planning on heading to the temple? Oh, well, technically you never had that conversation with Kira yet, if I'm being honest.
Or knows nothing of that. No.
Okay. We could say that you probably arrive. I know I said noon earlier. We'll skip it down a little bit to about 10 a.m. a couple hours earlier, and we'll say that Zarn arrives with anybody in tow aside from Darvin.
Probably
Well,
Kira.
Kira would have that conversation with them. I was just waiting for Nick to finish what he was doing. Yeah, they'd explain that for exchange of your adamantium coin, you can get Darvin fixed up.
Maybe if it comes down to it, but I'd rather hold on to this coin as it gains me favor with dwarfs.
Well,
As a gift for helping them.
Well, unfortunately, that Warforged creature won't make us an appointment without it.
I will talk to his supervisor and I will get an appointment a different way.
Kira rolling their eyes into the back of their head.
You just have to know the right things to say. Come on, Darvin.
Clearly, you don't know them.
Are you guys having this conversation down at the bar eating breakfast, or?
Probably. In hushed tones. We're not yelling it for the whole bar to hear.
Okay. Yeah, I guess Ashwell. Could I make a perception roll to hear if Ashwell can hear their conversation from where he's eating breakfast?
I feel like you probably would.
Okay. He would just sort of turn over and raise a finger. Why don't you see if you can't just give them a part of it? It's adamantine. Even a small amount would go a long way. You would keep the coin intact and just take a chunk off of it.
Consider it. I'd still like to try getting in without altering or getting definitely good fail safe.
Just thought. And he'd go back to eating his breakfast.
Do you accompany Kira and Zarn when they make their way up to the temple?
He'd ask a little bit more about the temple and what it is, if they would know, before he decided to go or not go. I know he's thinking also selling that +1 blowgun and blowgun needles. I don't think anyone here is going to use them.
+1 blowgun.
I'm looking at our inventory right now. It's in the hall. +1 blowgun and +1 blowgun needles.
Whisper
You never
kind
know.
of
No, a blowgun.
True.
sticks
True.
her hand up. I kind of like the blowgun. It's really nice.
Okay, well, he sighs. Yeah, that's fair. You deserve it. So we'd let Whisper have that.
Nice. Whisper takes the blowgun and the blowgun needles.
Fine, then the rest of it he'll just find other things to sell. There's plenty in the hall. That's not just raw coin that we can see if we can deal with. He's not. Go ahead.
Potion of Fire Giant Strength and Potion of Fire Breath as well that you could liquidate if you so chose.
Not to mention the copper chalice.
Yeah.
Hey, that potion of fire giant strength is mine, motherfuckers.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I actually don't want to sell the potions. I think it's just all the other stuff. I don't need a black velvet mask stitched with silver thread or a cloth of gold vestments. That sounds like fantastic stuff to pawn off.
That's exactly what it's there for.
Yep. So he probably won't go with them. Instead, he'll probably just look at those and assess, try to see if he can't sell those at market, pawn them off today, bring the coin back for the group.
Bam. Okay, it has been liquidated. That is now the total amount. I believe that's gold. I'm just gonna add that to that, so it's gonna be 10,008 gold pieces.
Nice.
Oh shit. That's gonna be another 2,500 gold pieces from the. Oh no, I'm bad at math. 1,000 gold pieces from the silver. And did somebody else do the math on the copper earlier?
That's 200 gold.
And then just shy of another grand if you combine the copper and the platinum.
That seems the smart move. I don't need a million pieces of different currency, and consolidating it is what a money changer is for. So yes, money change that biz.
Maybe consolidate some of the gold into or something. Lighten our load.
Fair enough. Okay.
That's actually clever, yeah.
So let's go emerald. I know emeralds are worth a lot. Okay, so we are going to drop. Gonna be 11 emeralds. Fucking emeralds.
Maybe invest in better chest. Or was the chest we found them in?
It was literally made out of scrap and molten metal.
Yeah.
I think we could do better.
Yeah. You can toss a little coin. Sturdy.
Okay, for a solid chest, it will run you 5 gold.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we'll take 5 gold from that and 3. So we'll go ahead and get rid of. We'll keep the platinum. We'll get rid of the silver. We'll get rid of the copper, and then we will take that gold down to 11. So. 953.
Okay. Damn, those emeralds are so expensive. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's actually really smart. And here I was thinking, like, oh yeah, no, that's good. I didn't even think with the weight. Like, yeah, good call with the jewels.
Yeah. If we're gonna have to worry about weight up and we're ways from home, but destination.
That's fair. Probably easier for us to trade our, the goods for construction out of the jewels as well. Just be like whatever this gets us. So.
I'd probably request that you Ash will meet up with us at the Crusade when you get in. Been healed, which costs some money.
Okay, yeah, he'll catch up then.
Right. So as you all three approach, you see Vaunt walking back and forth, looking in his bag of what he might offer. Vaunt, I turn it back to you.
I just got the ring. I don't know. Like, should I offer grant them like a fucking Wait, I'm taking a ring to a volcano.
Is there an eye in the sky? That's the real question.
Do I become a gremlin man?
You are kind of short and hairy.
What the fuck?
Vaught is short and hairy.
The hairy tiefling. I didn't know that.
After all, why shouldn't I keep it?
Why shouldn't I keep it?
No, Vaunt, you have to sell the ring.
No!
Cast it into the fire.
No! It's mine!
So what? Whisper's gonna bite your finger off and leap into flames? Like,
As soon as an entourage starts showing up, he's just gonna, like, hide the ring.
Not the precious.
Oh, hi. How are you folks doing today?
We're here to get my dwarf.
Oh, that's a really nice thing you're doing there. Oh, he looks all fucked up. Yeah, dwarves aren't supposed to look like that.
Yeah, no. So if y'all could patch him up, that'd be awesome.
Oh, we'd love to do that.
Great, so let's do that now.
You want to join the Eternal Crusade, little guy?
Like, puts his hands on his knees and bends over, like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?"
Do you want to fight for an eternity against the evil gods?
You look like a walking scab.
See,
You wouldn't even notice if you got shot.
What we were thinking was you could heal him as a demonstration of your power, and then he would that to consider.
Oh, you need a recommendation of our power? Oh, you need to show us? Okay,
Yeah,
check
so
this out.
No, you heal him. That's what we need as proof. Nothing else will work.
There is the sound of the sky being ripped open. A million glorious angelic tones in perfect harmony with one another erupt. And you can see this resplendently gold, blackish metalled figure descending down with wings of fire and radiant light. As he does so, he comes to a stop around 60 feet above all of you. And down along his right hand is this spear, blackened like marrow, and it ends in what is clearly an ancient dragon's tail spike. I was told that somebody needed a demonstration.
Yes, you need to kill my dwarf. This one right here, Greater Restoration, is what you have been summoned here to do, and nothing else.
Ashraf's gonna literally look at the dragon, blink, and just take one comically large step backwards from the group, and just kind of like, just sort of like, I'm not there. That's their business.
Kira side-eyes Zarn, like, really? Really?
I've got this. I told you. You just have to know the right things to say.
It's gonna drop their face into their hand, like, oh my god.
Mother of pearl.
When this being looks into you, Zarn, you can feel like the deepest hand reaching up into your soul.
Not consent.
It doesn't care. And it looks at every single thing you've ever done up until this point. All your sins, all the sins meaning just things that you've done that have increased the overall suffering in the world. All the bad things that you've ever done that fucked over someone else but benefited you.
I can explain all of that. You see, the thing is...
And when it comes out of this moment, he says, man, I feel like you'd make a really good warrior. You should join the crusade.
I should consider joining the crusade.
Nah, there's nothing to
after.
consider. Trust me, you'll love it. You'll step into a pool of lava, you'll come out made of metal, it'll be great. You'll leave your flesh behind, it'll be the best thing that you've ever done. I promise, you'll get to fight and kill forever. And this is the best part. If you die, my sister, she's just gonna reach through and then pull you back, so it's like you never even actually die and you just go fight somewhere else. It's fucking awesome. You're gonna love it.
That sounds terrific. You know what? I have a prior engagement. Very important thing that I promised my friend that I would do next month. So
I'm supposed to go up to my timeshare.
yes.
Oh, hey, I know you. Well, I know someone that... Oh, hey, shit. Should probably tell her about that. Huh.
Don't mind this being over here. There
Oh, an awful lot of Harrys. What the fuck are you doing in my town?
I'm not with them. It's just me and my dwarf. I don't know these people.
Nah, you're lying to me. I can fucking tell.
Oh,
Hey, what
you
is
can't read my mind.
going on with that thing, that
Hey.
tattoo?
a second. He can't read my mind. I have that.
That's true, but he's inside his domain.
Yeah, we're all kind of dancing on the precipice of God, aren't we?
Anyway, what's up with that tattoo?
Who's he talking?
Vaughn.
Oh.
What of it?
That's some
Don't
like...
we have multiple tattoos? Because we have that brand from Calcifer, and then Vaunt has his Ouroboros tattoo.
He's looking at the Ouroboros tattoo. Well, I should smite you for that. Then you get that other one. If Cal says that... Did I ever tell you? Well, of course I never told you. I've never met you before. I smited him once. It was fucking hilarious. Yeah, I should tell you brought him back. It was a whole thing. Anyway, so you want to heal your dwarf? Is that what I understand? And you don't want to send him off to fight forever and ever, even though it would probably be the best thing that he could ever do?
Yes. Sounds awesome. It is so very tempting, but we're just very attached to our fleshy. Rather not give them up.
She likes the dwarf's dangly bits.
Did not say that.
He's gonna make an insight check.
About the penis thing? Or...
Nah, this one doesn't smell anything like that.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Playing the game on that joke, Red, by the way.
I suppose I could let you in, and that would be the nice thing to do, but I don't know. The war's kind of raging right now. What's in it for me? What do we get out of this whole transaction here, aside from, you know, commerce, I guess, which I don't really care too much about that.
I have a lot of friends back home that I will tell about your religion. It's great exposure for you and your agenda. I'm sure tons of them will sign up for the crusade once I tell them about it.
So you let us build a temple where you live? Where do you live?
A nomad.
Well, where are you going to have us build the temple then?
Oh, right here.
Oh, we're already at my temple.
Why not too?
No, say it's in the Nagran Empire.
You know what? Two's actually not a bad idea.
Right.
Mom should have her own temple.
Exactly. That's what I've been
Hey,
saying.
you two, go tell some of the kids they need to get started on the temple over in the magma pool.
Have the children build the temple.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be solid gold. Yep, white marble. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. All right, cool. Where were we?
You got your awesome new temple, and you're going to heal my dwarf.
Oh, right. Hey.
Thank you for my wonderful suggestion.
I was just told through Mom you have an adamantium coin. Is that true?
Yeah.
No shit. Let me see that. He flies down from where he's been 60 feet until he's directly above all of you. He is this 16-foot, 30-ton adamantium angel floating above you. And he says, give it.
Like you have enough adamantium already, but you can look at it, don't touch. You can just look at it with
He grabs it out of
eyes.
your hand.
Kill him.
You got this from Durgrim, huh?
It's very near and dear to my heart, and I take it.
He hands it back. You helped out Durgrim. You were at Goblin Stomping Day. No shit.
Still have some goblin blood on my face that I can't seem to get off.
Huh, well, alright. Okay, you know what? Let him in. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
You just
this
have
what
to know the right
Scientology
things
looks
to
like?
say. You
The
talk to
casualness.
manager.
The casualness of this fucking angel's tone is killing me. Like,
I'm trying my
Tension.
best to recreate it.
I
Press
love
the advantage.
Advantage on Zarn's next social roll. Thank you, Kieran. Very
Thank
nice.
you, I need it. I am not good with charisma.
Alright, we'll deal with you.
Any of the rest of them, they're gonna have to go through you.
I decide if they come in.
Yeah.
Oh, well, isn't this wonderful? Let's see, I pick Kira, Marvin, of course, Omni, naturally. Let's see, who does that leave left?
This is
Oh,
the bully
save you
red
the trouble.
stream.
I'll save you the trouble. They start walking off in the opposite direction.
You may come, Vaunt, however, you owe me a favor.
And what, pray tell, do I owe you?
No, but when I think of it, I will tell you.
No, that's just wonderful.
Oh, I mean, you can just not come in, that's fine, too.
You guys kind of dicks. Y'all like fuck each other a lot, huh?
Vaughn has done the least fucking over out of most of you guys.
I am just here to help. I don't know how it always ends up like this.
Nah, you extorted money from him. I can see it.
Wait, who? Oh,
Vaughn.
Vaunt, come on in.
I'm going to take the middle of the bullshit and say I love all.
Oh, holy shit! How long were you standing there? Oh my god.
Was he here the whole time?
Pretty sure.
Oh, you're
Yes.
a shifty little fucker, aren't you?
Literally does like the Han Solo like point at inclined head. Me?
Oh shit,
Yes.
man. I have this
This
belt.
is Archangel Gabriel from like Christian mythology, you know? It's like, no fucking shit, dude, really?
Oh my god, he's literally Gabriel straight out of Dogma. I love it.
It's good.
Well, you have some. Ooh, I
Is
see.
she looking into my mind?
Yeah.
I was thinking like Gabriel from Supernatural.
If he's looking into Ashwell's mind, he would at least see one thing that no one else has seen so far.
Spanish
Which would be a brief image, just a flash of two kids in the gutter, one with their hands around the neck of the other. That would be one, like, just a flash of memory among the hundreds of other terrible things.
he definitely sees that. That's not what he fixates on, however. He says, "Banner regicide, huh?"
He looks up, kind of smiles behind the mask. Honestly, only if it's warranted.
I really ought to smite you. I think I should smite
That's a
you
smite.
most out of everyone. But
What if
I went to
make a
war with your
counter-
friend here. And I have to respect that. She got the adamantium coin. Bona fide badass. She survived. She probably fought some demons herself. I gotta respect that. If I see you again, and he's looking directly at you, Ashwell, there won't be anything left of you to see when I'm done. Cool?
He holds up a hand and says, "Mind if I make a counter offer?" And he thinks. He removes the ring so he can see it clearly.
Counter offer, kill me anyway.
Trade proposal. I die. You receive kill.
And he thinks at him. When I'm old, I'll join the crusade. I want my, and literally his thoughts to him are, what I make will outlive me. I want to be around to make sure it functions, and I will fight for you every other moment. I'm mortal. I only have a couple 100 years on this world anyway.
Nah, if I see you again, you're fucking dead meat.
He shrugs. It's fair.
I like this guy.
I like him too.
This is what God's like when you go to heaven.
Just some dude.
So the door opens before you, and this angel ascends much like he descended, with the choirs of millions of voices into a vacuum of glorious light. The guards let you through.
Drink.
See? Just keep asking. Eventually get your way.
You're fucking crazy.
As you make your way into the temple, the woman that greets you, I will show you the picture of. And that is what we're going to end the session on, is coming face to face with this woman.
Oh.
Ooh.
Another banger by
Ooh.
Natalie.
Lovely.
Oh yeah.
Very nice.
Hate it?
You did great, babe. All right. Well, that was a very fun roleplay session, honestly. I really enjoyed that. I hope y'all did too.
It was a blast. Thank you.
Yes.
Get patched up?
Yeah. We'll get into negotiations about how all that's going to go in the next session.
No, getting Darwin patched up. We're free.
Oh, sweet.
Wishful thinking.
But yeah, let's go ahead and go through shoutouts. Whoever wants to start, we'll just go in order from top to bottom or bottom to top.
Get mine out of the way since it's the shortest. Find me here on and our first episode session of like work.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Love you. Omni, what's up, buddy?
Hey, hello everyone. I am the last Omnitech, your favorite robot American, and thank you all so much for watching Covet Syndicate. You can find me at 10:30 a.m. EST on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at twitch.tv/thelast-omnitech. Wednesdays I'm doing an actual play of the Aes Caltrop game and setting that me and Red made on Writer's Block. We also on Thursdays do the Breakfast Club, where you guys bring whatever snacks or brunch items you would like, and we just chill, hang out, play video games, talk about what's going on in the TTRPG community at the time, projects I'm running and other folks are doing. And then finally on Saturdays, I do Stellar Forge, where I build worlds live on stream, doing art, character creation, world building, the whole gamut for everything I'm involved in, as well as things I've been working as well. And of course, I'm on this channel Saturdays in Covet, Lancer. Soon I'm going to be on Red's Cyberpunk Red stream on Thursdays. Gonna be
Hey.
thick. And yeah, no, plenty more coming down the pipe too. So keep an eye out. And you can spot me on Twitter and all your socials as well. The same handle. I'm pretty uniform.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for being here, Omni. Much love, much appreciated, dude. I really enjoy all the stuff that you bring, and man,
Always a pleasure, Chief.
so stoked that you're here. Thank you. Elise.
Hello! Hi, friends. I'm Elise at Illustrate on Twitter and Instagram. I am an artist and a blogger, making art lessons and creating professional advice for artists, as well as inspiration and motivation for hobbyists and professionals. You can, I am just about to open my blog very soon, so be looking forward for that. Come drop by on Twitter.
Very good. Sweet. Well, thank you very much for being here, Elise. I sure appreciate it. You are a wonderful addition, and we're grateful to have you.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, dude. Red. What's good in your hood, my guy?
Hello, it is I, Red, A color. And
The
I've
best
Debatable.
primary color. Let's be real.
yeah, not to be confused with the tertiary green, who is my cousin. Also next year's April Fool's joke. But I got a book coming out on Tuesday, May 3rd. It is a dark
go.
fantasy novel. So if you like gritty, sort of historical fantasy kind of fiction kind of stuff, it's on Amazon right now. Olvad, The Artalites. Or you could look up my actual name. I can dox myself, Nicholas Brock. It's my one and only book. So $9 drops Tuesday. And as some folks alluded to, I'm going to be running Lancer, the first session of Lancer, on Derek's channel here next Saturday, same bat time, same bat channel, 6:30 p.m. CST with all the same folks.
Woo!
Sorry, I
And-
hope it's okay I brought that up. I don't know.
No, you're fine. Yeah, no, that's,
Okay.
that's definitely a thing. You're totally good. And of course, I'm going to be running Cyberpunk Red. Omni's going to be one of our players there. And if you can't get enough of me, you can come watch that Thursday,
yeah.
2 p.m. CST. I'm going to that'll be Omni, like I said. Alakazam, Kat the Lore Mistress, and Ty Artemis, the last two of which have never been on an AP before. So
Hey.
I'm breaking them in, and I'm probably the worst game master they could probably get broken in with, but that's okay. I'll just make them, feel welcome in the community.
Nah,
Oh,
it's
it's
all
going to be a
good.
blast, Chief. You're going to do great.
When their favorite cybernetic arm gets blown off and they have to find somebody to repair it and they don't have the fucking creds for it, they'll understand what TTRPG is all about.
I mean, I literally started one of the characters off with like 90,000 in debt, so.
In fairness, they asked for it. Literally asked for
No,
it.
they verbally
So-
asked for it. Well, no, I encouraged it. I mean, I'm like the devil on people's shoulders. I'm like, do something fucked up to your character. It's funny. It makes for good roleplay. What can
I
say?
like it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you, Red, for being here, man. Much appreciated. Can't wait for your book. I'm actually gonna be working on a project with Andy in the future, and it's gonna be something that I will probably read to get myself in the right mind space of to get the gritty, dark fantasy feeling going. We're kind of hush hush on that right now, but I'm really excited for your book. It's gonna be fucking awesome.
Me too, man. Thank you very much. Love being here as always.
Oh, thank you, man. Well, thank you, folks, for sticking around. I sure do appreciate it. We're going to raid into new platinum content. Friends of the channel, they are on Path of Contrition once a month, our actual play. Thank you again for being here. Thank you again to everybody for all the subs, the gift subs, the follows, the raids today, all the biddies. Just lots and lots of support. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. I love y'all. I will see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time for Irizumi, a Yakuza-themed Caltrop Core actual play. On Monday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, I have Curse of Strahd, Rise of Alma with my boy Ted. It's our 5e evil campaign one-on-one. We do a lot of evil shit on the channel if you haven't noticed the theme. I Guess I'm just burnt out on telling stories about good guys. I don't know. I did it today with a one shot, and it was fun and it was refreshing. Probably because I've been doing so many evil stories, but it was fun. Anyway, the VOD for that should be up probably within tonight if you didn't catch it earlier. No stream Tuesday, no stream Wednesday. Thursday, Elden Ring at probably like 4:35 p.m. Central Standard Time, but you should be watching Red stream until then, so you should be doing that anyway. And then on Friday, Lord of the Rings, Rangers in the North. Good night, everybody. Lancer next week. I'm about to run out of time with the raid, though, so I gotta go. Good night, everybody.
Peace.
Lancer!
Ooh, cut that close. I literally barely made it in time. I hit enter too soon. That was my mistake.